Good morning, everybody. Thank you for being here. It's a great honor for us to invite you in this magnificent building, which is the former Royal Palace. So we hope we will have a very good day today. For the National Bank of Romania, it's a great honor and a great pleasure to organize this event. So we are starting with the introductory speeches, and those I invite Vice Governor Cosmin Marinescu to deliver the opening speech. Professor Marinescu is a former presidential advisor and currently is coordinating also the financial education programs for the Central Bank of Romania. Vice Governor.
Thank you. Bună dimineața și bine ați venit. Good morning and welcome. Mr. President of the Senate, Madam Vice President of the Chamber of Deputies, Mr. Governor, honorable ministers, distinguished guests, members of the OECD International Network on Financial Education, Madam Chair of Committee, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It is a privilege to address a warm welcome to this distinguished gathering under the auspices of the OECD International Network on Financial Education here in Romania at the Royal Palace in Bucharest. I have the great honor to salute the presence of our special guest today, the President of Romania, through his message, along with the highest representatives of the Romanian state authorities. Their esteemed participation stands as a powerful statement to the strategic importance Romania attaches both to financial education and valued partnership with the OECD. This special event takes place just before May 9th, the Day of Europe, when we celebrate Romania's European integration, the most important country project for Romania in our recent democratic history. And we are hoping to also celebrate the OECD accession this year, consolidating our path to economic development. Being here today, the geopolitical tensions and persistent security risks generate volatility across the global economy. And this is happening after we have already been under severe distress caused by overlapping crises in the last years. These times reinforce an essential truth. The economic resilience is built by sound institutions, coherent policies, and very important, informed citizens. In this way, financial literacy is more than an educational issue. It becomes a pillar of economic stability. Esteemed guests, financial education has emerged as a key policy pillar. It enhances the effectiveness of policies and strengthens trust in the institutions. Romania has embraced this vision through our national strategy for financial education aligned with the OECD principles. We, the National Bank of Romania, and I'm certain I speak also on behalf of our colleagues from the Financial Supervisory Authority and the Romanian Banking Association, will remain fully committed to advancing this agenda both domestically and internationally. Financial education has a direct impact on the quality of public policies. When governments prove responsibility through sound public finances, they send a coherent message in favor of financial sustainability. Otherwise, we are faced with the trap of economic populism, and public policies resort only to short-term measures based mainly on budget deficits and public debt. For example, global government debt has reached a historical record, 100% of global GDP, raising concerns about long-term fiscal sustainability. In such an environment, the principle of economic responsibility must be the one to guide public policies in achieving the much-needed financial sustainability. That is why financial education is essential in promoting sound economic policies. Ladies and gentlemen, Romania's accession to the OECD is a defining strategic objective. It reflects not only ambition, but also years of reforms and institutional changes. I remember the 2016 OECD public governance scan of Romania 10 years ago. Back then, we were laying the grounds for what has now become the final stage of accession. What we are witnessing now is not a sudden achievement, but a long-term national effort based on European values and international best practices. Romania's progress must be understood within its broader strategic anchors. Our European Union and NATO membership has fundamentally shaped our economic and institutional development. As Romania's integration in the EU has generated significant progress, we are convinced that the OECD accession can generate the momentum for the next stage of our country's development. It will further strengthen governance, improve policy design, and enhance our capacity to navigate an increasingly complex environment. The OECD lessons and expertise are essentially relevant, and financial education will be a key driver. Looking ahead, we must remain guided by the lessons of the past and the realities of the present. Financial education, institutional strength, and international cooperation are not separate priorities, but interconnected pillars of sustainable development. If we succeed in accomplishing all of them, we'll not only build stronger economies, but also resilient and informed societies. And ultimately, this is the most valuable investment we can make for our future. Thank you, and I wish you all an inspiring conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Romania's financial education strategy enjoys the patronage of the Romanian presidency. So I invite you to listen and to see also the welcoming video message of the President of Romania, His Excellency Nicu Șordan. The message is in Romanian. For the English translation, please use your headphones and press number 2.
Sunt onorat să mă adresez dumneavoastră în deschiderea acestei reuniuni. În primul rând, pentru delegații străini care sunt la București, bine ați venit în România și veți fi oricând bineveniți la noi. Vreau să felicit organizatorii, Banca Națională a României și OECD pentru organizarea acestei reuniuni. După cum știți, România este în curs de a-și finaliza procesul de aderare la OECD și suntem bucuroși să fim cât mai curând în cadrul acestei entități alături de dumneavoastră. Ceea ce privește educația financiară, sunt câteva motive pentru care ea este extrem de importantă pentru societățile noastre. Ea este importantă la nivel individual, pentru ca oamenii să știe să folosească instrumente financiare și să aibă o perspectivă corectă asupra economiei și a ce pot să facă. În al doilea rând, foarte important, oameni educați financiar, o societate educată financiar va direcționa politicienii către politici sănătoase economice și asta aduce prosperitate. Și nu în ultimul rând, noi trăim o luptă între societățile noastre și dezinformare, dezbinare, chiar atacuri la democrația însăși și cetățenii educați financiar sunt cetățeni care se plasează bine în această dezbatere și reușesc să facă societățile lor să ia propriile decizii care să le avantajeze.
The importance of financial education is recognized by all the institutions of the Romanian state, and we are happy to be able to have welcoming speeches from the most important ones today. So we begin, and I invite with honor the President of the Senate, Mr. Mircea Brudan, for his speech.
Good morning, Mr. Governor, Vice President of the Chamber of Deputies, Ministers, Vice Governors, Excellencies. It's an honor for me to be here representing the Senate of Romania, and I believe it's a good opportunity for all of us to remind ourselves that Romania's accession to the OECD is non-negotiable, and that we should not deviate from the path. The OECD is a compass of standards and discipline in the economy. It is the best thing that can happen to us now in this difficult economic period. And even if we cross a complicated political period, the accession to the OECD represents a cross-party country objective. When we say OECD, we refer to the organization of the world's largest economies. It is often described as an economic NATO. Since 2022, when the OECD Council decided to open accession negotiations with our country, and up to the present, we have made important and sustained progress. Until we received the invitation to join, we only have one formal opinion left to obtain out of a total of 25. All these formal opinions that we have obtained mean that our country is successfully incorporating OECD legal instruments at the level of legislation, policies, and internal practices. And these are not few. They amount to over 270 legal acts and regulatory provisions. The role of the Romanian Parliament in the OECD accession process is a key one, precisely from the perspective of the legislative harmonization and the adoption of the necessary legal amendments to align with the OECD standards. At the same time, Parliament plays the role of promoter of the OECD accession objective at the level of public opinion in Romania, including to the establishment of the Special Joint Committee for OECD accession. For investors, a legislative framework harmonized with OECD standards, transparent and predictable, provides the confidence they need when considering development plans. And this brings not only capital, but also technology and innovation, essential elements for sustainable economic growth. I would like to consider the following positive scenario. Romania will be able to participate in the 300 OECD committees and commissions. Romanian experts will be able to engage in dialogue and exchange ideas with those from member countries. Active involvement in the organization's committees and working groups provides access to strategic dialogue, increases the country's international visibility, and strengthens its role as a relevant actor in shaping international economic and social policies. Therefore, accession to the OECD will not only mean joining the club of countries that account for 70% of global production and trade and 90% of global foreign direct investment. It means joining a group of countries that share the same values and principles, countries that believe in democracy, that have open and transparent market economies, and that manage their economies based on the same development principles. In practice, OECD membership functions as a guarantee certificate for financial markets. It is a concrete instrument for modernizing the country, increasing competitiveness, and improving citizens' living standards. Implementing OECD recommendations leads to a more modern state, capable of responding to the real needs of society. Romania's accession to the OECD is not merely a technical foreign policy objective. It is a commitment to the future. We are here to demonstrate that Romania not only adopts international standards, but becomes an active partner in shaping global solutions for a resilient and transparent economy. This path is, in essence, our promise for a more prosperous Romania, where predictability and good governance become the fundamental pillars of long-term development. I will conclude by reiterating our total commitment to the values of this club of best practices and invite you to see Romania not only as a future member, but as a trusted partner in consolidating global prosperity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The message from the Chamber of Deputies will be delivered by Mrs. Natalia Intertero, the Vice President of the Chamber of Deputies. Mrs. Natalia Intertero is a former Ministry of Culture, and we have to emphasize and to recognize that financial education is in the end an important educational and cultural tool. The message is in Romanian, so please use again your headphones, number 2, English.
Excelențele voastre, stimate gazde, distinși invitați, sunt onorată să particip la acest eveniment deosebit de important, un moment definitoriu pentru România și anume parcursul către aderarea la Organizația pentru Cooperare și Dezvoltare Economică. Un obiectiv strategic care reflectă maturizarea noastră economică și instituțională. Parlamentul României și-a demonstrat angajamentul politic transpartinic față de aderarea la OCDE în 2026 prin reformele adoptate precum RUTI, Registrul Unic al Transparenței Intereselor, Convenția Antimită și pensiile private. În calitate de vicepreședinte al Camerei Deputaților, vă asigur că Parlamentul României rămâne implicat în etapele următoare pentru finalizarea aderării, care presupune ratificarea unui nou acord de privilegii și imunități OCDE, România, și ratificarea acordului de aderare, care va putea demara după finalizarea evaluărilor de către cele 25 de comitete OCDE și după adoptarea de către Consiliul OCDE, cu unanimitate, a deciziei de invitare a României de aderare la Convenția OCDE. Suntem conștienți că vor exista obligații care decurg din statutul de membru și, prin urmare, vom fi pregătiți să contribuim la realizarea priorităților OCDE, prin adoptarea viitoarei legislații, în conformitate cu standardele și principiile OCDE. Dar acest demers nu trebuie privit doar ca un obiectiv de politică externă. Este o transformare profundă a modului în care construim politici publice și a modului în care statul se raportează la fiecare cetățean. Pentru mine personal, succesul aderării se măsoară foarte simplu, în bunăstarea de zi cu zi a fiecărei familii din România. Este foarte important să nu lăsăm pe nimeni în urmă. Într-o lume tot mai digitalizată, în care fraudele și dezinformarea sunt la un clic distanță, alfabetizarea financiară este o condiție de bază pentru siguranță, autonomie și incluziune. De asemenea, este vitală capacitatea oamenilor de a înțelege riscurile și de a lua decizii corecte în ceea ce privește resursele financiare de care dispun. Aderarea la OCDE va aduce beneficii importante pentru mediul de afaceri, însă acestea trebuie translatate în rândul cetățenilor obișnuiți printr-o mai bună educație financiară, care să înceapă cât mai timpuriu. Aceasta este condiția pe termen lung a dezvoltării noastre economice. În același timp, nu putem vorbi de progres fără o incluziune. România are încă decalaje importante, mai ales în mediul rural și în rândul grupurilor vulnerabile, în ceea ce privește accesul la servicii financiare. Doamnelor și domnilor, cred că depinde de fiecare, de noi toți, cei de aici, să ducem România mai departe, nu doar ca membru OCDE, ci ca societate care își asumă aceste valori atât de importante. Și cheia este să investim în educația oamenilor pentru a asigura prosperitatea generațiilor viitoare. De la vârste fragede până la vârste de seniorat, este extrem de importantă protecția consumatorilor în fața fraudelor financiare. Tocmai de aceea, încă din anul 2021, când eram președinte al Comisiei de Învățământ la Camera Deputaților, am introdus în legea învățământului competențele financiare și competențele antreprenoriale, creând astfel posibilitatea organizării de materii opționale, precum educația financiară, educația antreprenorială, pe lângă educația juridică, în învățământul preuniversitar. Ulterior, acest lucru a fost preluat în noua lege a învățământului preuniversitar, dezbătută și adoptată de Parlamentul României 2 ani mai târziu. În tot acest timp am făcut eforturi comune, alături de colegi parlamentari, de reprezentanții Guvernului, pentru a încuraja cât mai multe cadre didactice să promoveze aceste materii opționale prin lecții atractive pentru copii și este foarte important ca aceste eforturi să fie continuate. Standardele promovate la nivelul OCDE pun un accent puternic pe protecția activă a cetățeanului. Însă, nicio reglementare, oricât de sofisticată ar fi, nu poate substitui un consumator informat. Într-o economie din ce în ce mai digitalizată, alfabetizarea financiară devine o componentă a securității naționale economice. Capacitatea cetățenilor de a recunoaște riscurile și de a evita fraudele contribuie direct la stabilitatea sistemului financiar. Securitatea financiară înseamnă, înainte de toate, protecție. Înseamnă că niciun român să nu mai cadă victimă a contractelor cu clauze ascunse sau a dobânzilor care devin poveri pe viață. Educația este cel mai bun scut împotriva abuzului. Vă mulțumesc!
Without government involvement, the financial education process is very difficult to carry out. And the involvement of the government led by Ilie Bolojan, the Prime Minister Ilie Bolojan, was important and still is important. So I'm happy to invite Mr. Mihai Giurca, the Chief of Staff of the Prime Minister, to deliver the message of the Prime Minister Ilie Bolojan.
Good morning, everyone. Mr. President, Deputy President of the Chamber, distinguished colleagues of the Parliament and the government, Governor, Deputy Governor. First of all, it's an honor for me to be here and to address this esteemed audience. And it is more an honor because it is a moment where Romania has confirmed that it can live up and commit to its international engagements. And one good example is the fact that we've succeeded in completing 24 out of 25 committees for the accession process to the OECD. And I would like to thank and commend Luca Niculescu's job and steering leadership to process to these committees, but also thank the involved political actors and parties for their whole support. This is an all-out effort. I would also like to emphasize that Romania has also committed and delivered on its international commitments by going and respecting the budgetary deficit targets that we've set. And this is an effort led by the government, and it's an effort for which I want to thank Minister Nazare that has contributed, supported, and implemented the vision and the strategy of the government. And we have responded to international challenges by acting responsibly, remaining without hesitation anchored in the values of the European Union and the transatlantic partnership. Ladies and gentlemen, I shall not speak today about financial education as a school subject. I shall speak about it as the most underestimated public policy in Romania. The theme of the conference is security, independence, inclusion, and we speak of citizens. I would like, however, to take the liberty of adding an observation. In Romania, financial education is lacking not only among citizens, it's lacking equally in many of the institutions that govern them. We have local councils that spend more money than they can have and fail to collect half of what they should have. We have ministries, agencies, and central institutions with oversized personnel structures, with expenditures that lack any real justification, and with an attitude towards public money that no private household would ever permit itself. This is the reality that ultimately produces budgetary deficits. And this is the reality that ultimately fuels extremism. This is the reality that fuels a significant part of the social tensions today. And let me say it openly, this is the reality that is the root of the political crisis Romania is going on this week. When a country lacks financial responsibility for balance at the level of the citizen, but also at the level of a mayor, a public manager, a minister, every reform becomes disproportionately painful. Every adjustment becomes politically costly. And accountability ends up being disputed rather than assumed. The National Strategy for Financial Education 24-30 exists and is a solid document. The real question, however, is not about if it's up to date or comprehensive. The real question is whether we are implementing it. And this is, before anything else, the responsibility of the government and people that have the responsibility of using public funding. Implementation begins with simple common sense things. Before sophisticated instruments, the responsible public actor, be it the minister, the mayor, the public manager, must contribute through action and through attitude to improve financial education. Because responsible conduct changes behavior. It changes mindsets. And when it begins at the level of the political leadership, people and institutions will follow. The Prime Minister, myself, and our colleagues have the determination to continue the hard work of restoring balance and, more importantly, rebuilding trust. Let me give you concrete examples. Minimum financial education tells us, for instance, that listing minority stakes of public companies on the stock exchange would do nothing other than offer Romanian citizens the real possibility of applying a very solid financial lesson in investing their own money. Investing in their own state-owned companies, it would at the same time be concrete proof of those in the position of public responsibility that they understand elementary financial principles and education. I want to thank OECD for the support given in drafting the strategy. Your standards helps us think more clearly. Your good practices helps us act more effectively. And today's meeting reminds us that the stake of financial literacy in society and of financial literacy institutions is not merely a Romanian one. It is the great stake of contemporary democracies. Thank you all for your attention, and I wish you a good day.
Among the institutions involved in financial education, one of the most important one is the Ministry of Finance. Through his public intervention, Minister Alexandru Nazario implicitly provides financial education lessons, so I invite him for a speech today.
Mr. President of the Senate, Vice President of the Chamber of Deputies, Mr. Governor, Vice Governors, Ministers, Your Excellencies, it's indeed a privilege to address you today in a very important and critical moment for Romania for many reasons. 2026 is the OECD year for Romania. It is an extremely important year, a huge chance, a huge window of opportunity to exceed into OECD. And there is a particular aspect of this accession that I want to stress most, is the intersection between fiscal consolidation and investment. Why? In January this year, we presented the economic survey and we were debating the economic survey in Paris. 2/3 of the questions for the economic survey for all the delegates were about our fiscal consolidation. It's hard to present an economic survey with a deficit of 9.3 going down to question mark, because they didn't know exactly what is the end result for 2025. So most of the questions were about the consolidation. And we were able to respond those questions in January because we did overperform in cash deficit and we had the data. And it was an important overperformance from the 8.4 cash deficit target to 7.6. So we had the data, we presented the data, and the result was that the adjustment in the cash deficit was significant. Then the adjustment for ESA deficit presented in April is again even more significant, even though we have the biggest deficit in the European Union, but we also have the biggest adjustment that shows a very big commitment of this government led by Iliebol. If we don't have the rigor, if we don't respect the consolidation, if we don't have fiscal discipline, but not in the sense of an accident or of a, let's say, limited timeline for 6 months, for 9 months. No, Romania's growth depends on continuous rigor and fiscal discipline. And this, I think, cannot be changed because we need to get into the euro, because if we want to get into the euro, we need to get out of the excessive deficit procedure, and the only way to aim of getting out of the excessive deficit procedure is keeping the path, not only in 2026, which, by the way, the first evaluations of the first quarter look good. That means We are on the right track to meet the targets for 2026, but also in 2027. So this is not stopping here. The consolidation did not stop in 2026. It will continue, and it must continue if we aim high and if we want to have higher growth and if we want to see the engines of the economy restarted again. This is just a few considerations regarding where Romania stands now. I think the topics that we're addressing today here: financial literacy, because that's a very important topic, has been treated as a soft subject, sitting somewhere between consumer protection and civic education. That treatment is not longer adequate, as the financial environment has changed in ways that touch every household. Inflation is now present in economic life in different forms and intensities. Geopolitical tensions that have added pressure to energy and food prices are important. Digital finance has increased the speed of every transaction and with it the speed of every fraud. Artificial intelligence has lowered the cost of deception in ways that would have been very difficult to imagine years ago. In this environment, the distance between what citizens are expected to understand and what many have been prepared to understand has become today a real vulnerability. It is not longer only a matter of individual welfare. It's also a matter of financial stability, social cohesion, and national resilience. That's why the topic of today's symposium, security, independence, and inclusion, captures very clearly what financial literacy is ultimately about. First of all, security. People who cannot recognize a scam or cannot understand the terms of a contract they are asked to sign quickly on a screen are not truly protected nowadays in the market. Independence, because long-term financial security depends on decisions made early and often under pressure: how people save, how people borrow, how they prepare for retirement, how they protect themselves against unexpected illness or unemployment. A pension system, however well designed, cannot replace the need for citizens to understand basic financial choices: how savings grow, why diversification matters, and why liquidity can become essential in difficult moments. We are entering in a period in which economic demographies will test many assumptions behind our welfare systems. In that context, financial literacy is only one of the practical instruments through which citizens can preserve a measure of autonomy in an uncertain world. Inclusion is equally important. In Romania, as in many other countries, there are still communities, especially in rural and remote areas, for whom the formal financial system remains difficult to access, difficult to understand, or simply distant from daily life. The third panel of this symposium addressed precisely this issue. So I'm grateful for the colleagues and institutions represented here today for bringing experience from very different national contexts, but with the one shared premise of financial systems that leave too many people behind, a financial system that leaves too many people behind, in the long run leads to weaker financial systems. Allow me to say a few words about public authorities and thank the National Bank of Romania, the Supervision Authority, and the Banking Association for organizing this event this particular time, in this particular moment when it's so much needed. Thank you very much.
I have the pleasure to invite to take the floor Mrs. Luminița Odobescu, advisor of the Prime Minister of Romania. Mrs. Odobescu is a career diplomat, former Minister of Foreign Affairs, former presidential advisor.
Bună ziua! President of the Senate, Vice President of the Chamber of Deputies, Minister, Chief of Chancellery, distinguished members of the Romanian Parliament, of the Romanian government, dear Governor, Vice Governors, distinguished participants, first of all, welcome to Bucharest. I would like to express our strong appreciation for the organization by the National Bank of Romania of this event on such important subject, but also to thank for the support of the OECD International Network on Financial Education. In today's increasingly complex and uncertain global environment, the OECD provides not only standards, but also a form of policy orientation, a framework that helps governments, institutions navigate uncertainty, anticipate risk, and design more resilient systems. This is particularly relevant in the field of financial education, where rapid and technological changes continuously reshape the way individuals, us, interact with financial systems. From a government perspective, in addition to what Minister Nazare said, my colleague Mihai Jurka underlined on political responsibility, on challenges, difficulties we face, I think our common objective, our common aim is to advance financial education for the reason mentioned here, for ensuring security, financial security, economic security, but even security in a broader sense, but also independence and inclusion for all our citizens. Financial security begins with equipping individuals with the knowledge and tools to manage their resources effectively, building resilience and navigate economic uncertainty. In shaping our national policy, we aim to strengthen financial education frameworks, ensuring that our citizens are better prepared to manage everyday financial decisions and remain resilient to unexpected shocks. Inflation was mentioned, energy prices, particularly in today's uncertain geopolitical and economic context. At the same time, financial independence remains essential for long-term prosperity, as it supports individual autonomy, reduces vulnerabilities, and contributes to sustainable economic development. As regards inclusion, our objective in designing financial education strategy is to ensure that all segments of our population, especially the most vulnerable from the countryside, but not only, can access and confidently use appropriate financial products and services. And the word confidently is very essential, because we have to be confident in our financial system, in our financial institutions. The development and implementation of financial education policy and programs involve key institutions like Ministry of Education, Ministry of Finance, the National Bank of Romania, Financial Supervisory Authority, each exercising specific responsibilities in promoting financial literacy among citizens. Furthermore, we also have to involve other relevant actors, civil societies, businesses, and also other important personalities. And I will use the example of Gheorghe Hagi, who trained his football team on financial education. So we have to use these personalities to educate, including on financial education. Of course, from a policy perspective, this approach is complemented by the need for sustained investments in financial education and targeted programs that address both traditional financial skills and emerging competencies related to digitalization, use of artificial intelligence, including, as I said, the risk arising from increasingly complex financial products and services. In a broader context, engagement with OECD instruments plays an essential role. Romania expressed interest in participating in OECD program for international student assessment, PISA 2029 exercise, focus on financial education, the larger international comparative education programs. Without going into further details, I would like to highlight the importance of this OECD initiative, which enables countries to assess the strengths and weaknesses of their education systems, refine policy priorities, and set ambitious goals for improvement. Beyond its analytical work, the OECD also supports the implementation of national financial education strategies by providing technical assistance, educational resources, and guidance for teacher training. A concrete example is Romania's National Strategy for Financial Education 2024-2030, developed with the support of the organization. Within the framework of Romania's strong cooperation with the OECD in the accession process, but also beyond, we make efforts to design, implement, evaluate policy in order to align our strategy with the framework and tools developed by the OECD. And financial education is an important area in this regard. Together with the policy makers, the stakeholders, it is important for all of us to continue to advance in a coordinated, data-driven approach to financial education, one that supports a stronger economy, a more resilient society, and better outcomes for our citizens. Before concluding, let me address a word of appreciation for the hard work of all our colleagues from all the Romanian institutions. And this is very important because it was a team, and it is a teamwork in our process of accession to the OECD. And many thanks, of course, to Luca, but not only, because this is really a Romania team effort, and it should be used as an example on what Romania can do if our resources are used for an important country objective. And in the end, I wish you all a productive and engaging discussion. And I'm confident that today's exchanges will contribute to advancing our shared effort in strengthening financial education. Thank you.
One of the important institutions involved in the financial education strategy alongside the central bank is, of course, the Financial Supervisory Authority. I invite its president, Alexandru Petrescu, to take the floor. I have to emphasize that the authority has very well implemented educational programs.
Good morning. Thank you very much for the introduction. Dear President of the Senate, Vice President of the Chamber of Deputies of Romania, dear Governor, dear First Deputy Governor, dear Governor Marinescu, fantastic organization, by the way, distinguished guests and friends. I'm supposed to have streamlined my speech as advised by Cosmin, but I have a lot of memories when I talk about OECD. And, you know, the Scottish are having a saying, the overnight success took 20 years. And that brings me back in 2017 as a member of the parliament. I was walking into Château de la Mouette on number 2 Rue André Pascal in 16th arrondissement in Paris for the first time, working with people like Angel Gurria back then, General Secretary until 2021, with Andreas Schall, if you remember, he was in charge of digitalization. I believe now he's the General Director for Global Cooperation and International Relations. And now, of course, extremely privileged to working with people like General Secretary Matthias Coman, friends of Romania like Carmine Dinoia. I feel I should mention his effort and contribution, the General Director for Financial and Enterprise Affairs, his deputy, Antonio Gomez, a true friend of Romania. And people that along the team Romania, I'm talking about financial services, and here I cannot, I don't want to miss mentioning Leo Badea, who's been a great supporter of this effort across financial services, banking and non-banking, Cosmin Marinescu, everybody's been very well assembled, of course, with the general guidance and kindness of Luca Niculescu, who's been always bringing that diplomatic touch to everything we've been pushing. So now we are in the position where we are one committee left, I believe the Trading Committee, which we know is not the easiest one nowadays, but I feel fully confident that we'll surpass this final challenge, and hopefully, if things are having a good ending, I'll have the privilege to have maybe a congratulatory speech when we'll become a fully fledged member. On behalf of the Financial Supervisory Authority of Romania, I'd like to express my sincere appreciation to the OECD and to the OECD International Network on Financial Education for their continued leadership in shaping the global financial educational agenda. We are meeting at a time when financial literacy is no longer a niche topic, it's becoming a global priority. Across the world, the financial systems are evolving rapidly. Digitalization has expanded access to financial services, new investment opportunities are emerging, and individuals are increasingly responsible for their own financial well-being. At the same time, risks are becoming more complex, from sophisticated fraud and misinformation to market volatility and rising household financial pressures. This global context has led to a clear shift in how financial education is perceived. It is no longer simply about knowledge. It is about behavior. It is about resilience, and ultimately, it is about trust. Countries across the globe are moving from isolated initiatives to comprehensive national strategies, integrating financial education into schools and universities, workplaces, and digital environments, while also focusing on vulnerable groups and long-term financial security. Romania is part of this transformation. In recent years, we have significantly strengthened our national approach to financial education. Through coordinated efforts between public authorities, the financial industry and educational institutions are building more structured and impactful frameworks. At the Financial Supervisory Authority, financial education is a strategic priority. We are actively promoting initiatives and supporting informed decision-making. enhance consumer protection, and contribute to the development of a more inclusive and resilient financial system. We're also deeply committed to international cooperation. The exchanges of best practices, data, and policy approaches facilitated by platforms such as OECD and INFE is essential for us. Financial challenges do not stop at national borders, and neither should our solutions. But beyond policies and strategies, there is a simple reality we must not lose sight of financial literacy. This is first and foremost about people. It is about giving individuals the confidence to make informed decisions. It is about helping families plan for the future. And it is about enabling societies to grow in a sustainable and balanced manner. Let me conclude with a simple thought. In an increasingly complex financial world, education is the bridge between access and empowerment. And building that bridge together is our shared responsibility. At the end of my speech, I would probably quote a quote. It happened that it stuck in my mind after listening one of the governor speeches at the National Bank of Romania, who was quoting Iorga, if I'm not mistaken, who said, "Education is not a destination, it's an horizon." So I'll leave that for reflection. I'm honored to be here and honored and privileged by the partnership with the National Bank of Romania and the Romanian Banking Association. Thank you.
No education process can take place without the involvement of the Ministry of Education. So I invite Mr. Sorin Ion, Secretary of State, to take the floor. Mr. Sorin Ion is coordinating the financial education strategy on behalf of the Ministry. His speech is in Romanian, so please use your headphones again.
No, we'll be in English, thank you.
It will be in English, sorry.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, it is both an honor and a privilege for me to address you today on behalf of Minister of Education and Research of Romania on a topic of increasing importance in our rapidly evolving world, financial education. In 21st century, financial literacy is no longer a luxury, but a necessity. As individuals are faced with increasingly complex financial decisions, from managing personal budgets to understanding investments and navigation digital banking system, the ability to make informed financial choices has become a fundamental life skill for responsible citizenship and individual and societal well-being. In Romania, we recognize that education must evolve to meet the realities of the contemporary world. Beyond traditional academic knowledge, our students must acquire practical competencies that will enable them to navigate everyday financial decisions with confidence and responsibility. Over the past years, Romania has taken important steps toward integrating financial education into the national curriculum through specific contents, curricular aids and methodological guides, teaching methods and resources. We encourage the use of AI and digital tools in the learning process, as well as gamification methods that attract children and young people. Through partnership with financial institutions, non-governmental organizations and international bodies, we have developed programs aimed at increasing financial awareness among students at all levels of education. However, our efforts do not stop here. We coordinate the National Strategy for Financial Education 2024-2030, through which we are committed to expand these initiatives, improving teacher training, and ensuring that financial education becomes accessible, relevant, and engaging for all learners. In doing so, we aim not only to educate, but to empower. The strategy targets several key groups, including children and students, but also young people, adults, and entrepreneurs. It promotes a coordinated, long-term approach involving public institutions, educational system, and private stakeholders. Among its main objectives are improving budgeting, savings, and investment skills, increasing awareness of financial risks, reducing over-indebtedness, and fostering informed consumers of financial services. Key measures include integrated financial education into schools and university curricula, training teachers, developing modern educational resources, and organizing public awareness campaign. The implementation of the strategy involves cooperation between major national institutions, such as the Ministry of Finance, the National Bank of Romania, the Romanian Association of Banks, the Financial Supervisory Authority, and the National Authority for Consumers Protection, alongside private and non-governmental partners. We must acknowledge that education is a shared responsibility. Government, educators, families, and the private sector must work together to create a supportive ecosystem that encourages informed and responsible financial behavior. In conclusion, investing in financial education means investing in the future of our society. The Ministry of Education and Research commits to building a generation that is not only knowledgeable, but also resilient, responsible, and prepared to face the challenge of tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It's time now for our guests. So I invite Yasushi Masaki, the Deputy Secretary General of OECD, to take the floor.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to address you today on the occasion of the OECD INFE Romania Symposium on Financial Literacy. On behalf of the OECD, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to colleagues from the National Bank of Romania, the Financial Supervisory Authority of Romania, and the Romanian Association of Banks for co-hosting today's symposium. I also like to congratulate Romania on its strong commitment to financial literacy, reflected in two important milestones: the implementation of the National Strategy for Financial Education 2024 to 2030, and the integration of financial education into the school's curriculum. We are delighted to see the significant developments that Romania has made in strengthening its financial education policies. And the OECD is proud to have supported these efforts since 2018 through the technical assistance projects on financial education and the constituency program of the Ministry of Finance of the Netherlands. Let me now share some reflections on the themes of today's symposium, focusing on the role of financial literacy in supporting financial security, independence, and inclusion. The OECD's Consumer Finance Risk Monitor 2026, published earlier this year, provides detailed analysis of the trends and the risk impacting financial consumers in 60 jurisdictions around the world, including Romania. It shows that many consumers are facing growing challenges. These include the increased incidence of financial scams and frauds, high levels of household debt, and financial market volatility, all in the context of rising inflation and interest rates. At the same time, many consumers still lack the knowledge, skills, and confidence to face these challenges effectively. The OECD INFE 2023 International Survey of Adult Financial Literacy, covering 39 participating economies, shows that financial literacy levels remain insufficient. Let me highlight three findings that illustrate this. First, 81% of adults hold financial products, but only 37 reached the minimum target score for financial literacy. Second, 54% of adults hold non-mandatory saving, investment, or retirement products, but only 46% understand key concepts such as compound interest. Third, 15% of adults reported having been victim of at least one type of financial scam or fraud. And among them, only 1/3 reached the minimum CAMI score. Given these challenges, financials, education is central to empowering consumers to preserve their financial security over the long term alongside strong financial consumer protection and enforcement. Implementing well-designed national strategies developed in line with OECD recommendations on financial literacy can help ensure that financial education can address emerging changes. It's equally important that these strategies are coordinated and built on solid evidence, so that they remain relevant and up-to-date. Around 55 countries are now participating in the OECD INFE International Survey of Adult Financial Literacy, Inclusions and Wellbeing 2026. Over 30 are also considering joining the PISA 2029 Financial Literacy Assessment. This momentum is very encouraging, and Romania's participation in both surveys is very welcome. I warmly invite all countries not yet committed to consider participating in these important exercises. Ladies and gentlemen, today's symposium provides a valuable opportunity for international dialogue and cooperation among policymakers, practitioners, and experts. I hope the discussions will help advance our shared goal, ensuring that people everywhere have the financial knowledge, skills, and the confidence they need to participate fully in economic life and safeguard their financial well-being. I wish you a productive and inspiring event. Thank you very much.
We're approaching the end of the welcoming speeches, so I invite, last but not least, Mrs. Magda Bianco, General Director for Consumer Protection, Financial Education, Banca d'Italia, Chair of OECD International Network on Financial Education. Madam.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's an immense pleasure, but also a great honor to say a few words after so distinguished speakers. There is very little I can add, actually. But first, as OECD INFE Chair, and on behalf of all the members, I really have to compliment Mr. Mazaki. Heartfelt thanks to the National Bank of Romania, the Financial Supervisory Authority, the Romanian Association of Banks for hosting this symposium, and the National Museum of Art for having us here in this amazing building in a wonderful city, I must say. Second, I do not have to underline the importance of the topic. Introductory remarks were so clear and so committed, and I think we are really grateful as a network to see such a high-level commitment on a policy, an education policy, whose importance we all share within our network on financial education, but which is sometimes hard to be fully recognized at such a high level. So I think really Romania is leading under this respect. And finally, on today's symposium on financial literacy to support security, independence, and inclusion. Well, we live, as we heard this morning, in a very uncertain time. In the financial sector specifically, we see lots of risks, and we heard about many risks, frauds first, but there are also many opportunities. Well, one of the issues that we have is that they are really unevenly distributed. They affect various groups in very different ways. Of course, we would all like to have, we all look for silver bullets helping us to exploit opportunities and address risks. Well, there are none, but there are policies that may help. Policies that need solid, hard work and implementation with a long-term vision. We certainly need dedicated and very focused financial consumer protection. We heard about it, but we know it's not sufficient by itself. Financial education may serve as both a shield against risks and a key to unlocking opportunities, complementing, of course, consumer protection. Again, also financial literacy, financial education is not a silver bullet, but we do have solid evidence that it may contribute to enhancing individual financial well-being in many dimensions. Security, independence, quality inclusion, especially for vulnerables, are some of these. As we discussed yesterday in our technical committee, it needs a lot of work to produce results, to ensure actually security, independence, and inclusion. We need data, analysis, we need a definition of targets, we need solid methodologies, we need evaluation. I think today each of the panels will address some of these challenges and how they may be addressed. We might not uncover solutions for every issue, but I'm sure we will come out of this symposium with ideas on how to make opportunities more evenly distributed and some risks better addressed. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much for all the speakers for this introductory session. They established an important framework for the next discussions. The first panel starts now, and I invite Miles Larby to take the floor. He's the moderator of the first panel. Thank you very much, everybody. I wish you very good discussions for today, and of course, a very good day. Thank you.
Microphone working? Can you hear me? Yeah, I think so. Okay, great. I think some people are just coming back into the room.
We can't hear you.
I think it's good. What else to do?
I think it's the way the mic.
You can't hear me at all?
Maybe they can hear you, but we can't really hear you.
We'll use these. I think I'll use this. Okay, well, I think we should probably get started. This is the first panel session of today's symposium. Although it's a very hard act to follow, so many distinguished speeches from esteemed colleagues in the Romanian authorities, which has been absolutely fantastic and very inspiring, and I think setting a terrific scene for the day. My name is Miles Larby, and I'm the head of the Financial Consumer Protection, Education and Inclusion Unit at the OECD, and it's my pleasure to be moderating this first panel of today's symposium. And I should, of course, begin by adding my thanks on behalf of the OECD to the National Bank of Romania, the Financial Supervisory Authority, and the Romanian Association of Banks for graciously hosting us for this symposium and also the meeting, and gracious hospitality yesterday, and of course to the National Museum of Art for having us in this absolutely beautiful, beautiful room. This session, this first panel, is going to pick up on the topic of empowering consumers against financial scams and frauds. I have a very short presentation that I'll start with. I'll keep it quite short, although I know it will be available to everyone on the website, just in the interest of time, just to set some context for the panel discussion. Financial scams and frauds is a trend, is an issue that has always been with us, I suppose, but in recent years is a trend that we have seen significantly increasing, both in terms of the severity, the sophistication and the incidence of financial scams and frauds. So at the OECD, obviously in conjunction with the INFI and also our Working Party on Financial Consumer Protection, this is an issue that we've been looking at more closely to try and get some data to inform policy approaches, both in terms of financial literacy, financial consumer protection, and more broadly, in terms of how to tackle this issue of financial scams and frauds, how to empower and protect consumers. So just very briefly, the focus, the importance of addressing financial scams and frauds is directly mentioned in the International Standard for Financial Consumer Protection, which is the G20 OECD Principles on Financial Consumer Protection. You can see on this slide the infographic that summarizes the financial consumer protection principles, specifically mentions, it specifically highlights the importance of protecting consumers' assets from frauds, scams and misuse. And this was something that was particularly highlighted in the review of the principles that we undertook in 2022. As the Deputy Secretary General mentioned in his opening remarks, at the OECD we're committed to collecting data and evidence to understand problems and inform policy solutions. We have the data from the Adult Financial Literacy Survey that tells us that fully 15% of consumers say that they have fallen victim to a financial scam or fraud. And I think we all know in this area it's notorious for underreporting, so I think we can assume that's very much the minimum level. And that of the people who have fallen victim to scams and frauds, 2/3 do not reach the minimum level of financial literacy. We also have collected some data in a report called the Consumer Finance Risk Monitor, which was published in March. And this report aggregates insights and data from about 70 jurisdictions who provided us with data and information about the sort of consumer risks and trends in their jurisdiction. And 85% of the responding jurisdictions told us that financial scams and frauds was the top risk facing consumers. You can see on this slide that there are obviously different estimates and it's impossible to have an exact figure, but recent estimates suggest that consumers lost over $400 billion to scams and frauds in the year 2025. Going further a bit into the data, what we have found, what jurisdictions tell us, is that this issue, the risk of scams and frauds, has increased in 70% of jurisdictions over the year 2024 to 2025. And we've also gathered some data to try and understand what are the most significant types of scams and frauds affecting consumers, both in terms of the number of people affected and by the amount of money that has been lost. You can see actually the top scam that, both in terms of people affected and financial loss, are scams relating to phishing, vishing or smishing. Smishing is a phishing scam perpetrated through SMS. And I'm sure everybody in this room, if you haven't yourself received some kind of phishing attempt, you certainly know someone who has. They are absolutely ubiquitous these days. And you can see the other types of frauds and scams listed on the slide. At the OECD, working with the delegates of the INFI, all of the members, as well as the members of the Working Party on Financial Consumer Protection, we're actually undertaking a dedicated project on how to better protect consumers from frauds and scams. The objectives of this project are to better understand the drivers of the increased incidence and severity, to articulate a typology which can be used by countries. So a typology is a way of measuring and classifying the different types of frauds and scams that are operating in a jurisdiction. And lastly, to analyse financial consumer protection and financial education approaches in order to identify effective solutions or approaches that people are deploying. So this report, this work that we're doing, is based on over 100 responses from government ministries and financial regulators, including the authorities from Romania, many members of Fincanet, of INFI, OECD, G20 and so on, provided us with lots of really useful data. The report will be published in June. The rest of the slides really give a sort of a sneak peek, if you like, at the findings from the report. I'm not going to go through all of them in detail, just in the interest of time, but I might just mention a couple. In terms of the objectives of the report, one of them is to put forward a typology that countries can adopt and use in order to measure, as I said, and classify the incidence of frauds and scams. And why is this important? This is essential, actually, because if you are not capturing, recording, and measuring what's happening, it's going to be very, very difficult to target effectively what's actually happening on the ground. So some countries already have a typology, but half of those who responded to this questionnaire do not have a typology. So we're really hoping that we will be able to pull together from all of the best practices and come up with a typology that countries can then deploy and use at the national level to help them to classify and understand what's happening in this area. I mentioned effective approaches. So these are the effective approaches that we have been distilling from the data and information that we've received. You can see approaches relating to financial consumer protection. In terms of financial education, of course, consumer awareness campaigns and the key warning signs, raising digital literacy and digital capabilities. This is obviously fundamental. This is all unpacked in more detail in the report. And very importantly, informing consumers, or creating and then informing consumers about reporting channels, ideally one reporting channel in a jurisdiction. So how, if a consumer has become a victim to a scam or fraud, do they know where to report it? Is it easy to do so? Because all of this, as I say, makes it much easier to collect data, to understand the scope of the problem, and then to effectively address it. And another really effective approach that has come through the findings is the importance of collaboration across stakeholders. Financial education, practitioners and authorities, financial consumer protection agencies can't solve the issue of frauds and scams by themselves. It's really important to collaborate with other players in the ecosystem. So whether that's other government departments, other types of regulatory bodies or oversight authorities, in telecommunications, in utilities, with civil society, and of course with the financial services industry. This collaboration, I think, is really key in terms of consistent messaging that the public then receive about what the issues are and what they can do to protect themselves. And as I said, the report also puts forward a number of policy recommendations, or it will do when it's launched in June. The report is currently out for consultation with all members of the INFI and other stakeholders, and we look forward to receiving any further feedback, as I say, with a view to publishing the report in June. Now, thank you very much for your attention to that. We'll now get into the panel discussion. Hopefully that's helped to set the scene a little bit. Okay, let's get on with the panel discussion. I'm absolutely delighted to have such esteemed panelists here to join me in this discussion. Starting on my left, I have Gabriela Fulcult, the Executive Director of the Romanian Association of Banks. Then Claudio Negrea, the Director of Financial Market Infrastructures and Payment Oversight Department at the National Bank of Romania. Then we have Victoria Dicpinigaitiene, sorry if I mangled the name, Head of Financial Literacy at Lietuvos Bankas in Lithuania. Then Lyndall Clark, Head of Department of Consumer Education at the Financial Sector Conduct Authority of South Africa. And last but not least, Stefan Humer, the Head of Financial Literacy at the Austrian Central Bank. So let's begin. I'd like to start by inviting each of the panelists to briefly introduce themselves and their organization and give us a sense of the most common trends and challenges relating to frauds and scams in their jurisdiction. And Claudia, we're going to start with you, please.
Thank you very much. Distinguished guest, welcome to Romania. Bine ați venit. It's an honor for us to have you here. For us as a central banker, it's very important to maintain confidence in our national currency and to maintain financial stability. All we're talking about financial scams and people lose their money. So for us, it's very important to maintain the financial system that we have in our country. All the panelists that talk about the financial literacy, also we have a lot of programs from financial literacy, but unfortunately the level of digital skills, because the financial literacy should be put in the same place with the digital skills in the financial sector. All the services right now in Romania are accessed via online banking. So we are fully digitalized. We have good internet coverage, good usage of mobile and smartphones. We have addressed all kinds of services via our mobile apps, but we don't know how to protect against the scams. All the typologies that are put in the OECD report are the same in our country, but I want to highlight two of the latest trends in Romania. One of them is created to crypto scams, which referring to the consumer that is informed that somebody took a credit in his name and he's advised to take another line of credit on his maximum amount and withdraw all the money via ATM machines or via cash decks on credit institution and put them into a crypto ATM. Once the money are put in the crypto ATM, it's almost impossible to take a step for the money that are still. And the other one is a treasury recovery scam, which is referring to somebody tell to Romanian consumer that they have to take some money from the states because they exceed this amount of sum for their taxes. And everybody is informed that they have to give the money to different accounts, and after that they will bring the money from our treasury deposits. Unfortunately, this is a scam. The treasury didn't call you to give the money back, and people believe that this is the truth. For us, for the central bank, it's not only on financial literacy. For us, it's directly involved with our banking association and our payment security service providers to take different measures. So we try to build on our national level a scoring risk for all transactions on retail payments. This is an ongoing process. We work with our operator of retail payment system, with banking association, with all the commercial bank and the private-owned company, and we are now in the phases of testing this risk model for all the transactions. Because in our country we have instant payment system, we have different possibility to make payments, like via your mobile phone, via QR code. So we have to be prepared to tackle with the fraudsters. So for us, this application we have in mind to launch in the production phase probably around Q3 on 2026, and will help us to evaluate the suspicion transaction in real time, to isolate the mule accounts, and to have intensive proactive measures for fraudulent funds that are retrieved from our regulated system. So that is my intervention for the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Claudia. And Gabriela.
Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the commercial banking community, welcome to Romania. Allow me to say you, welcome to Romania. For one of you, maybe it's the first time. But first of all, I want to thank to the organizers for allowing me to be part of this highly valued event. Our main focus for all of us is to increase digital and financial education. In our case, Romanian Association of Banks, because I'm representing Romanian Association of Banks, digital and financial education is the first pillar. The first pillar of 5 pillars. We understood at the level of banking community that financial education is the key to individual and national prosperity. We wish every politician, decision makers, or ordinary citizen to understand that financial education is the key to prosperity. Indeed, I must underline that is not the single factor. There are social factors and economic context, as you see is happening now in Romania. In terms of GDP per capita, Romania achieved 78% from the European Union average and is increasing. This is the first pillar we sustain, financial education, and in our case, not the second, the main important it has is credit, because intermediation, financial intermediation in Romania is 24%. It decreased from 40% in 2010 after the global crisis. But we have to achieve to increase financial intermediation, and I think it's a chance to enhance the economic development of the Romania through financial education and also to credit. We should see the positive part of it. The positive part is the fact that we have great potential to enhance the economy through credit, and at the same time we have low risk in case of economic global crisis. Now I'm talking about our main issue regarding digital education. We focused starting 2021 mainly on digital education in the Romanian Association of Banks. Why? Digitalization increased very fast, also the risk. So we have to provide to our customers information, but not quite information. We need to change behaviors. If one customer knows how to calculate the compound interest, it's fine. But if he doesn't know that he must not pay when he is connected to a public Wi-Fi, it will affect him directly. So we have to do a lot more on this issue. I will provide you a lot of information about this. The main typologies of frauds in Romania, I will mention phishing, spoofing, impersonating, and all of the types here, and also investment frauds. In terms of challenges for the Romanian, not necessarily for the Romanian Banking Association, I think I will mention the lack of the legislative legal framework. The lack of, because we don't have a legal framework in order to block the amounts from beneficiaries' bank if we have suspicion there is a fraud. In the same time, I will talk about the elephant from the hall, lack of public interest for financial and digital education. It's not they don't want, it seems to them that is not quite immediately relevant. Maybe they consider it's too complicated. Maybe they are not interested at all. So we have to face this problem also. And the third, and this is a problem for all of us worldwide, we have to increase the responsibility of the social media platforms. If we don't, we'll face the same problem in 10 years from now. I will stop here for the moment.
Thank you, Gabriela. I think you and Claudia have given us a very good overview of the challenges that you're facing here in Romania. So let's move to Lithuania now. Victoria, please give us an overview.
Thank you, Miles. Dear colleagues, let me also join others in thanking you for the invitation. It's truly a pleasure to be here among such distinguished experts. And I'm thinking my surname in my language means big money, so I'm kind of in the right area of work because I've been leading the Financial Literacy Center at the Bank of Lithuania for nearly 4 years. And it's worth noting that scams and fraud have been one of the most important topics through this period. More broadly, the Bank of Lithuania, the prevention of scams and fraud is a strategic priority. And alongside a wide range of financial literacy initiatives, we also contribute to coordinating the national strategy for fraud prevention and propose regulatory improvements to better protect consumers. So quite a lot is happening in Lithuania in this area, but as Mal suggested, let me start briefly touching on the typologies and some key trends. So firstly, let me illustrate with a few key figures. In Lithuania, consumer losses grew rapidly, from about 5 million euros in 2020 to 10 million euros in 2021, reaching around 20 million euros last year. So recently the situation stabilized, with losses in 2025 remaining similar to 2024, but still at high level for such country as Lithuania. At the same time, as fraud volumes have increased, prevention efforts have also scaled up significantly. Banks stop about 15 million euros in 2024 and earn nearly 40 million euros in 2025, which is about 60% of all attempted scams. And now turning to typologies, so in Lithuania we mainly classify fraud based on the type of scheme used by scammers, such as romance scams, investment scams and others. And while we do use another typologies, this scheme-based dimension is the most commonly used in our communication. So, according to the latest analysis of the Center of Excellence in Anti-Money Laundering, phishing has become the dominant and fastest growing type of fraud in Lithuania in 2025, both by total losses and the number of cases. And while it was already the most common by volume, in previous years, we now see a sharp increase in its financial impact as well. Telephone and investment scams also remain significant, involving direct interaction with victims and strong psychological manipulation. Also worth mentioning that despite the growing of AI, Russian remains the primary language used by scammers in Lithuania. Telephone scams using AI may start in Lithuanian, but quickly switch to Russian with explanations that make the interaction seem legitimate. So it's a big problem, especially for older people who speaks Russian very well. And I would also like to briefly share some preliminary insights from the quantitative research conducted as a part of project funded by European Union under the technical support instrument, together with OECD, the Bank of Latvia and European Commission. So the consumer's perspective, one of the most commonly reported fraud schemes was shopping scams. An interesting finding that many victims do not report that incidents to the authorities for various reasons. They do not believe reporting would make any difference, or they feel ashamed, or they simply don't know where to report. So, of course, in most cases, the amounts are small and people not want to spend time to reporting it. And another important aspect is that higher levels of digital activity in Lithuania are associated with greater likelihood of exposure to fraud, likely due to increased online presence. Brilliant. So all in all, fraud is becoming more personalized, more sophisticated, and we need to build not just awareness, but also build the resilience. So I'll stop here and with a short overview of the station.
Wonderful. Thank you, Victoria, for that overview of the situation in Lithuania. And it sounds like what you're experiencing there is very similar to the global picture, actually, that I was presenting in the OECD report. Now we're going to move to Lyndall to get the picture from South Africa. I think you have a slide.
Yeah, thanks, Miles, and good morning, everyone. So thanks again to the organizers for also inviting me to speak here today, and also for the lovely dinner last night. I'm sure I'm not the only one that needs to be hydrated this morning. I must say, Gabriela, it's my first time in Romania, but I've been traveling for the past week, and I can assure you and Claudio that the hospitality received from the organizers extends to the rest of the people in Romania. So it's just a few slides from South Africa, and online scams and online harm has become quite risky for South Africans. You'll see from the slides nearly 7 out of 10 South Africans have been hit by digital fraud, especially from a banking perspective. And this has obviously led to great financial losses, about 1.9 billion rand, which translates to just under 100 million euros. And you'll see from a global perspective, South Africa is one of the highest countries in terms of targeting by scamsters. But this has also led to the actual fraud being a barrier to digital adoption, especially when it comes to payments. So we have we'll speak about this a bit later, we have huge campaigns that drive digital payment and the risks attached to it. But the leading scams in the country is obviously still phishing. I think everybody else, phishing is a problem. We've got romantic scams, and I think that amount or that stat that's on the slide is a bit overrated there, so exaggerated. It's about 20% year on year since 2020, between 2020 and 2025. And the other emerging scam most recently is where AI has actually helped the scamsters to impersonate financial services providers' websites. So what's happening is that if you want to invest, when you do invest, you're not investing with the financial services provider, you're actually investing in a scam that is being perpetrated. And then the second slide, I just wanted to quickly give you some context in terms of the second slide. So we've got a lot of challenges in South Africa, and I think it's most of those that have been mentioned. But I want to highlight the socioeconomic challenges that we have. We've got about a 32% unemployment rate. I'll continue speaking. We've got about a 32% unemployment rate, and what normally happens is people fall for get-rich-quick schemes. So the economic vulnerability is being exploited. We've got...
Would you go forward to the next slide, Lindell?
Yeah.
Can we just advance the slide by one?
So while we're advancing to the next slide, it's okay. So I spoke about the unemployment, but we've also got 12 million South Africans using credit card facilities for day-to-day living, which means they buy their food on credit, which leads to identity fraud. And this is a huge problem. But I think the most significant challenge that we have, and if the slide comes up eventually, you'll see that 40% of South Africans they're not sure on how to detect a fraud or a scam. They don't know when it is actually a scam. And then secondly, 58% of South Africans don't actually know what to do and how to protect themselves against scams. So the gap between awareness and your capability of actually dealing with a scam is quite huge. And I think for us, this is where financial education plays a huge role in actually creating that awareness and making people capable of identifying the scam, but then also how do I deal with it once I realize that I'm being scammed, or even, what's my recourse? And most of the time we know with scams, there is no recourse. There's no way of getting the money back. Thanks, that is from my side for now.
Thank you, Lindell, and thank you for advancing the slide there. Stefan, we're going to come to you now to hear a little bit about the Austrian experience.
Thank you, Miles. I also want to echo the thanks for the organizers for having me. It's really an honor to speak to you today. And I also want to thank the Romanian authorities for the amazing hospitality so far. You asked me to introduce myself briefly. I'm heading the financial literacy unit at the Austrian Central Bank, where I have the pleasure to work with 15 wonderful people, and we are trying to do the best we can to help Austrian citizens to develop a healthy and confident relationship with money. And it's also an honor to serve as a co-lead in the scientific committee of the Austrian National Strategy, as a co-lead in the OECD INFE expert group on measurement, evaluation and impact, and also as a co-lead of the Eurosystem Financial Literacy Network. In terms of scams, I think scams is really where low financial literacy turns into real harm. And I'm reminded of the quote that Bianca shared with us yesterday by the opening remark of the Youth Wife representative. And I think he said, financial literacy is actually self-defense. And I think when we talk about scams, it's so true. But this real harm also can turn into less trust in the financial system as a whole. So this is why we as a central bank care very deeply about building capacities for consumers to really protect themselves against scams. In terms of top 4 scam schemes in Austria, I can tell you about the fake police scheme, where a policy officer might ring your phone or even knock your door, and he tries to convince you that your savings are at risk, and the best you can do is to hand over your savings to him or her, that he or her will then take care of it. But of course, you won't see your money anyway soon, or even anywhere. Second one is trading and investment fraud. So via fake platforms, and here we see that in this area we report the biggest losses by case. Another important scheme is the so-called grandchild trick, where you may receive a message via WhatsApp, "Hey granny, I'm abroad, I've lost my phone, I have had to buy a new phone therefore I'm writing from a new number, I was running out of money, can you send me some money?" And yeah, the fourth one is love scams, where people try to build fake online relationships over weeks or months, and only then urgent requests for money drop in. And when you think about it, what is the common theme among these four types of scams? It's really like building trust and then abusing it. So scammers really, they succeed because they're able to offer exactly, at least they pretend, to offer exactly what matters most to the people, or they are even able to address hidden desires. I think this makes it even harder to prevent ourselves against these kinds of scams. And when we look at the trends, we see clearly that the volume is rising every year. So when we look at internet-related crimes, by a year-by-year case, over the last 10 years, the number increased by 5-fold. And when we look into the subcategory of cybercrime, over the last 10 years, it increased in Austria by 10-fold. But even more channels are shifting. We observe that from phone, scams are traveling more to the messages, from email to social media. And we also see the scripts, so the tactics of the scammers evolve faster than our statistics to count them. So totals are rising, but unfortunately we also have to acknowledge a heavy underreporting, especially among the older victims. And another issue is that data is still fragmented across police authorities, banks, public authorities and supervisors. So building better data and addressing these challenges with educational measures should be a major concern, but I'm pretty sure that Austria is no exception in this case.
Great, thank you, Stefan. I think all of you have really painted the picture there of how frauds and scams prey on people's vulnerabilities and lack of financial literacy, and that topic of the erosion of trust in the financial system as a whole, I think, is incredibly important and a real risk. And you've all, of course, called out the importance of financial education, financial literacy as part of the fight against frauds and scams. So I want to drill into that a bit further with the next question and actually get into some of the detail of the types of financial education that you undertake. And Claudia, I'd like to come back to you first again, please, to give us an idea of how do you undertake financial education or consumer awareness in Romania?
Yeah, thank you very much. At National Bank of Romania, we believe that the informed public is the first line of defense against fraudsters. For us, we have two directions when we intervene. First one is by our programs from financial education for students, entrepreneurs, and so on, via our Department of Financial Education and Museum, and our colleagues from branches. We have 18 regional branches and agencies that cover almost all the country, and we have a strong partnership with Financial Minister of Education, and we have a lot of trainings with the pupils. And on the other one, we are working with the banking community to put in their mobile apps some short videos regarding how to protect from the new trending scams and how to use their mobile apps in a secure manner. For us, I think this partnership help us to send the message more clear to Romanian consumers. On the back, my department also dealing with problems regarding the real-time monitoring tools. So we issue a lot of recommendations from banking sectors. I summarize some of them. Location monitoring for banks will help very much to address the fraudulent type of transaction. If he is staying on Bucharest and somebody use their credentials to make payment in other jurisdiction, so they have all the information to block the suspect transaction. The other one is referring to remote access block. If you're having on your mobile or on your desktop a remote access application that are running in the same time with your banking app, the banking services is unavailable for you, also to protect the Romanian consumer from fraudsters. And the other one is related to strong customer authentication in all the banking processes and all accessing the financial services from Romanian consumers. This joint action with the MBR, Financial Supervisory Authority, the Romanian Police, the National Cybersecurity Directorate, and the banking sector help us to significantly increase the volume of fraudulent frauds and successfully block and recover some of them.
Thank you.
And also we have a lot of information on our website, the website Siguranța Online, which is cover a lot of information, not only Romanian specific one, also EBA guidelines we publish. So we try to give to Romanian consumers a lot of useful information. A lot of programs are dealing with our colleagues, and also Gabriela will enter into deep dive for this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Claudio. And there you've obviously underscored that point about collaboration with other stakeholders, which is incredibly important. And I think that does take us nicely back to you, Gabriela, in terms of the role of banks in Romania to warn consumers about specific scams.
Alo? Mama, mă auzi? Sunt la Paris la concert. Am nevoie de 10.000 de euro. Cum transfer? Băi, chiar mi se mai pare amuzant, serios. Doamnă, vă rog să stați liniștită. Andra e ok, dar dumneavoastră puteți să fiți o victimă a excrocerii. Vă recomand să intrați pe siguranțaonline.ro ca să vedeți testimoniale cu cele mai frecvente tehnici, metode de excrocherii și ca să aflați cum vă puteți proteja de ele.
This is a flavor of our moment from Romania's Got Talent. Has been broadcasted 2 weeks ago at ProTV. The artist Andra, one of the best voices from Romania, is part of this awareness moment. We try to explain to our customers, to the citizens, about the risks using AI. We use AI, but don't forget about the risk. This is just a part of our campaign, Siguranța Online, Online Safety, United Against Frauds. We started this campaign in 2021. We, the Romanian Association of Banks, together with the Romanian Police and the National Directorate for Cybersecurity, MasterCard joined this year to the campaign. We consider this campaign is the main one in Romania. We have a platform called siguranțaonline.ro, online safety. And I must underline that us, the Romanian banking system, we are not focused just on education. We focus on operational measures and on legislative area in order to have better protection for the citizen. But on this issue, on awareness, I must say banks have their own programs. This program, Siguranța Online, is part of the campaign financed by the banks. And also, starting this year, MasterCard. But has individual programs in order to raise the awareness to mitigate the risk of fraud. And campaign, but also send alerts to the customers via internet, via mobile, via SMS, via email. But I have a question for you. How many of you skip that information? How many of the citizens worldwide skip that information? Maybe someday we'll find out through a survey, but I think it's important to explain to them it's not an information. It's more than an information. We need to change behavior of our customers. If we don't succeed on this area, they will pay, and according to the new European regulation, maybe the banks will pay. Everyone should be careful of this, because we cannot solve the problems of lack of education with a regulation. We can solve this problem through education. Sometimes banks send messages, warning messages. If you are in a call, and you want to make a payment, the Romanian banks send you a message. Why? Because the fraudsters try to talk to you tens of minutes or hours. They manipulate you to don't have time to take the second opinion on this. We have mechanisms in place in order to stop the transaction. The banks have it, and as my colleague Claudia Negra underlined, this year we'll have Rodetect, that anti-fraud national scheme. We'll see there all the transactions from all the banks in Romania, because us, the Romanian Association of Banks, we're representing the entire banking market. There, on Rodetect, we'll see if your transaction has low risk, medium risk, or high risk. And I, as a banker officer, I'll decide if I'll stop, if I block the amount of that transaction. If it will have high risk, be sure the bank will stop it. But in the same time, I might say we need to push more on education. We'll have results maybe in 20 years. So our proposals is very clear. In Romania, we have financial education like a mandatory discipline. We should also have digital education at a global level.
Thank you, Gabriela, and thank you for sharing that video with us, which I think is a perfectly good example of trying to get messages to people in a way that's very targeted, very accessible, in a way that people are likely to engage, picking up on your earlier point about the interest level in financial education. Okay, Victoria, can I come back to you, please, to tell us a bit about what you do in Lithuania, with perhaps an example of an effective awareness campaign that you've run there.
Thank you, Miles. In Lithuania, we use few different approaches and tools to both warn people and help them build awareness and skills in practice. And of course, information campaigns are one of these approaches. And in recent years, several large-scale national campaigns have focused on raising awareness. And for example, in 2023, the Bank of Lithuania launched an information campaign, Be Alert, Scammers Don't Take Vacations, based on the insights that people lower their guard during holidays. Over time, we also strengthen collaboration across institutions. So the latest campaign, encouraging people to simply just hang up the phone, is the strongest example of this direction. It brings together key institutions such as Bank of Lithuania, the association, the Lithuanian Banking Association, the police, and the national broadcaster, allowing one clear message to be consistently communicated across channels. It goes on since the end of last year. It already shows strong reach and engagement. So for a small country like Lithuania, over 11 million impressions across Lithuania was reached. And this is the direction we are moving towards. We're trying to have more, not to have more separate campaigns, but more coordination and joint effort. However, campaigns are not enough, so continuous communications is equally important. And one particularly effective tool in Lithuania is quizzes. So we developed them that people can test their knowledge and learn in a practical way. So education is another pillar. Over the past years, dozens of lectures, both online and in person, have been delivered to adults and students. And the employees of the Bank of Lithuania alone have directly reached around 35,000 people. And these sessions focus not on knowledge, but also on real-life scenarios, and that people could actively engage and try decision-making. And finally, one of the most innovative approaches we have taken is gamification. So we developed a whole game, Froster Web, specially designed to introduce people with different typologies, and it includes more than 50 real-life scenarios 2023 and is now used in schools, universities, and libraries. And what matters, that is not just the tools, but the approach, learning by doing and experience practical examples. So to sum up, Lithuania's approach combines awareness, communication, education, innovative tools, but the main idea is that clear shift from just to be careful, from helping people to build and act under pressure.
Activities to raise awareness.
Thanks, Miles. And I just realized I didn't properly introduce myself earlier on. So I work for the Financial Sector Conduct Authority, which is one of the peaks of the Twin Peaks system in South Africa. And the FSCA has got the mandate for financial education. And having the mandate means that we need to have a plan. And every year we put out a financial education plan. And this plan includes all activities. And this year, particularly, we've decided to take scams and frauds across all the activities. So the campaigns ranges from in-person and social media, but it's also theme-based, which means it's debt management, it is on insurance, handling digital payments, but then it's also vulnerable group-based in terms of women, youth, and elderly people as well. So each month, for instance, we might have, in June there's Youth Month, in August there's Women's Month, and then thematic towards the end of the year we have the Spending Patterns campaign. So for each one of these campaigns there is a scams and frauds, especially from a social media perspective. And we've actually have a specific one. We had one with the World Investor Week that our OSCO is running ran last year, where we actually had a specific campaign on relationship scams. It's also called pig butchering. If you read it up, you'll see what it actually means. And we had quite a number of success because we noticed that the more you create awareness, the more people report it. And I think the message came from one of the other speakers as well. In terms of the actual projects that we have for youth especially, we have the a national financial literacy speech competition where there's 3 topics, but underlying in that topics, the learners need to speak about how to combat fraud or how to identify fraud within the activities that they do. We've also moved into early childhood development recently, where grade R's, the 6-year-olds, have also started giving us speeches. And even within that sector, we've asked the teachers to talk about what are the risks when you start spending money. And then finally, we're looking at in-person. We've got a project with tertiary education students. And here, Miles, you asked, how do we actually track? Now from a social media perspective, although you have these Google Analytics and they tell you how many impressions, etc., but you never know exactly what's the impact that you've made when you look at those analytics. So we use it, and if you go onto our website, you can see all the statistics that are there. But what's also been working recently is with our in-person projects, especially with the tertiary education. This year, or last financial year, we reached about 12 universities in South Africa and over 8,000 students, that we've instituted a tracking survey, a study, where over 3 to 6 months, we actually engaged a service provider, an independent service provider, to track these learners. And they obviously have to agree, and they get incentives. So they get a little bit of payment as a student to take part in the survey over the 6 months. And it's actually showed, one, knowledge retention. Do you still remember what we spoke about at the workshop? But the second part is the behavioral part. Has it made you more aware of your surroundings when you actually interact with financial services providers? And especially students, and I don't know about your countries, but in South Africa, students, they invest. They invest in Forex, they invest in Bitcoin, they take huge risks. And they don't care whether they lose the money, because some of them use their bursary money to actually invest the money. So if they win big. If they lose, it's not their money that they're losing. So it's a big challenge, but we've learned from this that most of the students have changed their behavior, and they've actually realized that before I go online, I need to verify the site. And I think that's a big plus for us in terms of tracking what has happened. Of course, tracking activities or tracking participants in your activities is also very expensive. So from a funding point of view, if you do a tracking survey with people, with in-person people, you need to know that you have to have a service provider that is willing to walk the distance, phone up and go to participants and actually get the data back from them. So Miles, from our perspective, I think we've got all our projects that's on our financial education plan. It's on our website. You're more than welcome to go and have a look at it. We monitor and evaluate each one of them, and with specific emphasis on was there any behavior change, and especially around scams and frauds. Can more people identify scams now, and how do they react to it if they do get scammed? Thanks.
Thank you, Lindor. And yeah, that point about evaluation is of course crucial, and I mean congratulations on being able to achieve that students taking that one action, because I mean even just that one action is obviously helping to protect them significantly when going online. And then that brings us to Stefan again, please. Stefan, thinking from your perspective, what particular skills or behaviours do you think consumers should need to have to detect and protect themselves from scams and frauds? And obviously
they really attack us as humans. They attack our trust in institutions, they attack our trust in the payment system, and they attack our trust in relationship with other humans. So it's really important to convey the message that their goal is to gain the trust and then abuse it by offering what matters most to people, being it securing your savings, helping your grandchild, finding love, or doing the right thing. And I think really love scams are the clearest case to make this point. Really, weeks and even months might pass by of relationship building without even asking for €1. And then they have already built the trust, which they then leverage to scam people. So we don't teach only red flags. We teach people how to pause, how to take a break, how to step back and to sense something is off, out of the regularly, and to know what to do. So what have we done? We joined forces with the police authorities in Austria, and we developed a 2-day workshop program. On the first day, we are teaching students, together with police officers, about the mechanisms of these 4 most important fraud schemes. And we are training the students to be multipliers. Because on the second day, together with the students, we visit, and again with the police officers, we visit a senior residence. And then on the second day, the students teach the seniors again on these 4 fraud schemes about the mechanisms and how they can protect themselves. And in our theory of change, we also assume that the students don't only act as a multiplier on the second day in the senior residence, but we also hope that they carry the message on in their own families to their parents, to their own grandparents. And it's also great to have like this great collaboration with the police authorities. In Austria, at every police station there is a designated community policing officer. They are called security coordinator, and they are used to go to kindergartens, schools, senior residences to really engage with people about their fears, but also to help in terms of capacity building. So this is really an amazing opportunity for us to scale this program to whole Austria. In terms of the skills we built, I see two buckets. The first bucket is concerning prevention. So noticing in time that it really literally can happen to everyone. And if it can happen to everyone, you really have to understand it can only also happen to me. So really getting this message across. And we're teaching them to spot all the signals, the time pressure, the secrecy, the emotion, and even that unusual channels are used. And as I was referring before already, we teach them to take a pause and really check before the act. And the second bucket is the reaction. What to do when something bad happened. So here we convey the message, it's really important to stay calm, to know who to call, the police, your bank, consumer protection authorities, and most importantly, to talk about it. Being ashamed is actually helping scammers to find the next victim. And why do we think this format works so successfully? First of all, we have like this amazing cross-generational learning experience. So really generations learn from each other. The students bring the digital fluency and the seniors bring a healthy skepticism. And also the police presence makes, for both the students but the seniors, feel the risk more real, and also they bring real cases to the table. And in these two-day workshops, it's also practice. It's not only theory. It's not just information. And trust itself is the topic, not a side note. And this program fits nicely in the policing strategy of Austria as a whole, because the Austrian police authorities noticed that even though overall crime rates go down, so the rate of murders go down, the subjective feeling of the Austrian population is not reflecting that objective increase in security. And the police really reacted by inaugurating this community policing initiative, and they have the motto, watch out, be careful, not only about yourself, but also your surroundings, talk, and act accordingly, because security is really a shared task for the whole society. Thanks.
Brilliant, thank you, Stefan. Look, that brings us exactly to 12:30, which is the time for the lunch break. This is such a huge topic. I know we could discuss it a lot more, and I'm sure people have got questions. I'm sure all of our panelists will be happy to discuss over the lunch break if you want to know any more about what they've been showcasing today. Don't worry, the INFI will be doing further work on this topic. It's such a core topic through at least some workshops. There's also, as I say, the report, and I know it will sort of be a topic of discussion at future INFI meetings. So I think what we've heard from our panelists are, of course, underscoring how serious this issue is and how corrosive it is in terms of trust in the financial system and more broadly, and how vital financial literacy is as part of the overall fight against frauds and scams. Of course, financial literacy isn't going to be the silver bullet, but it is a very important part of the picture to equip consumers with the skills that they need to detect and protect themselves from scams and frauds. I think some of the messages coming through clearly underscore the importance of coordination with other stakeholders to have consistent and clear messaging, and bringing that messaging to where people are, where they're most likely to be receptive to it, and where it's going to be most relevant. I really appreciate the focus on actions, sometimes very simple actions that people can adopt if they think that they're receiving a scam or a fraud. And of course, something that goes right across all financial education, the importance of evaluation in order to know what is effective and then be able to try and scale that up and bring it to more people. So I really want to thank our panelists. If you can join me in thanking them for sharing their expertise and insight. Yes, I think it's the lunch break now. So thank you very much, everyone.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. I hope you had a nice lunch break and got inspired by the discussion this morning. We are now getting ready to start with the second session of today's symposium. Please don't hesitate to take your seats. We will start very shortly. Great. So welcome to panel 2 of this symposium, which is about building long-term financial security in an age of uncertainty. As we heard from the interventions this morning and also from Magda Bianco, the chair of INFE, we all live in a moment of great uncertainty. We live in uncertain times, and as we have been discussing already this morning, financial scams and frauds are one of the main risks facing consumers, but of course consumers face a wide range of other risks, and different groups in the population that may be affected by these risks in different ways. Of course, we know that many people face low incomes, high levels of indebtedness, that interest rates and inflations in many countries are still high with respect to pre-pandemic levels. Many consumers experience market volatility in a context of still limited financial literacy and digital financial literacy. So in this session today, this afternoon, we will focus on how to support consumers in building financial security in the long term, but even also in the short term in the current financial situation. So I'm joined today by a great set of panelists from very different context and setting in the world. We have Mariela Zaldivar, who is Deputy Superintendent of Market Conduct and Financial Inclusion at the Superintendence of Banking, Insurance and Private Pensions in Peru. Welcome. We are then joined by Catalin Campeanu, who is the Secretary General of the Institute of Financial Studies in Romania. We have Dörte Kunkel, who is a researcher at MoneyWise at the Ministry of Finance of the Netherlands. We are also joined remotely by Professor Jerry Buckland, who is Professor of Economics and International Development Studies at the Mennonite University in Canada, and who is also a member of the OECD INFA Research Advisory Group. And then, last but not least, we have Sebastian de Brouwer, who is Deputy CEO of the European Banking Federation. So, let's get started with our panel. So, hello, Jerry. Great to see you, and thank you for joining us remotely. It must be very, very early for you, so we really appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
So I would like to start by asking our panelists a first round of questions about the type of challenges and factors that they experience in their countries and that they may limit the ability of consumers in their countries to build financial security in the short term or in the long term. So let me start with you, Mariela. So I know that the SBS in Peru conducts a number of surveys, and all your work is really evidence-based. So what do you see as the main challenges for consumers in Peru in building their financial security?
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for the invitation to share our Peruvian experience. As part of this financial ecosystem that is constantly changing because of the intensive use of tech, but also because there are new players there, the fintech, there are also new business models with very complex processes that are very complicated and sometimes to understand, with a huge interaction with each other. There are also more complex products and services. Something that we start to see is that there are also on demand side important changes. We have two types of consumers now in Peru. The young ones that are very digital, very demanding, express what they feel, what they are thinking, when they feel some kind of dissatisfaction using networks. And we can call the traditional ones that are still to deal with these changes at the speed of the changes. So in that environment is why, as a financial regulator, we decided to develop a new project trying to build a responsible digital ecosystem where we plan that different stakeholders will participate, and to build the baseline, we just perform different studies. Some results of these studies, I can say nothing surprise. In places where we have high connectivity, the growth of the use of digital financial services is very fast, almost 90%. No? And it's not just they can use, but also they use daily. 2/3 of them are using it daily. But even though it just help to the use, technology, help to the use of financial services, it just also gives some other risks. Actually, 20 people in Peru feel insecure when they use digital financial services. As well, more than 1/3 of them experiences difficulties related to their own capabilities. And something that we have listened in the previous panel is more than 80% of Peruvian population have faced or were experienced some kind of fraud, scams. Something that just increased is also services disruption. Actually, almost 30% of financial complaints are focused on non-recognized transactions, as well as other 30% are mainly because of services disruptions. No? But there are also problems because of unclear information. There are also dark patterns, and something that started to not just concern but worry about is about over-indebtedness. 43 people reported that they consider the message calls they receive are too excessive, and 40% consider that the amount that I offering to them are too high, that they cannot afford that size of products or of credits. So in general, what we see is important gaps between security habits and digital skills. From one side, the good news is currently the people understand that they cannot share passwords. The bad thing is that we need passwords for everything. So they start to store the password on their devices, mobile devices. Or the passwords are not secure. They are very insecure, actually 1, 2, 3, 4, the date of birth. And as was mentioned before, around 27% of people are still using public networks for or to do financial transactions. No? And unfortunately, almost 20% of Peruvian people have already faced financial losses. And it's very complicated when we want to build trust on financial services. 1/3 of Peruvian population have long-term savings, and 1/3 of them just use them to protection, to be protected in the future for unforeseen events or something like this. Imagine if they also lose their money because of this new risk. I stop there.
Thank you, Mariela. Very, very interesting, this mix of digital and traditional challenges in a context of still very limited savings, unfortunately. Catalin, what is the situation in Romania? Do you see similar or different challenges with respect to what Mariela told us?
Well, thank you, and thank you for having me here today. Well, some of those challenges are common, some of them are not, but I will start with the main one, which unfortunately here it's beliefs, if you want, because we have a huge percentage of the population who believes that they are financially educated. Now that's a challenge, and at some point it's very difficult to overcome this kind of challenge, because most of the time when you try to send a message, then you have a reluctance from that part of the population to receive this message because of their beliefs. And those beliefs are coming from different wrong source of information, myths, or different level of education that we need to address. Another very, very difficult challenge to overcome is to achieve a critical mass with our program of financial education. In order to build long-term financial security, you need to address a critical mass of population. And that is very difficult, especially because of different types of vulnerable groups. Now, we had last year a very important seminar at OECD, a discussion about vulnerable groups. So we do have still a very large part of the population living in rural areas. It's very difficult to reach them. Also, digitalization has not, it's still a barrier for a lot of people. So these are challenges that we need to overcome, and our programs need to be addressed properly to this kind of challenge. Also, there is another issue here, talking about challenges, is about the quantity of information that reaches the people, because, as my predecessor said, sometimes it's too much information, so many documents, so many things that you need to pass, so many information that they need to understand in a very short period of time, and that also builds up as challenge most of the times. Thank you.
Thank you. Very interesting, Katalin, what you're saying. Yes, a mix of digitalization, as Mariella was saying, but thanks also for bringing in the picture the issue of attitudes and beliefs, which I believe is very important, and I'm sure it will come back in the discussion. Let me now move to Jerry. Hello, Jerry. So. Hello. Great to see you. So, as you've heard from some of our panelists, indebtedness and levels of income are an important factor in building financial security. And I know that you've done very interesting studies using diaries, especially on low-income populations in Canada. So what is your perspective? How low-income people can protect themselves and build their financial security, and are they actually able to focus on the long term at all? Can they save at all? What did you see in your research?
Okay, thank you so much. Wonderful question. Thank you for having me here. Just by way of background, our Diaries project was over the course of 5 years. We worked with a small number of people, 80 people. They were low and modest income people. But what we did was we got to know them very well, because we both did collection of quantitative data, actually, tracking their finances, but also learning about their lives and learning about their own experiences with finances. So I was really interested in Catalan's point about how some people maybe overestimate their financial capability. What I saw often was the reverse, that in Canada, among our low-income diarists, there is often a stigma, and this idea that low-income people can't manage their finances was something that I saw people trying to overcome. But to answer your question, I think that yes, what we did see many of our diarists, some of the time, managing to save money. But what they faced were a variety of pressures associated with poverty, and that they were trying, in the face of insufficiency and instability of their income, to do the best they could to manage their finances, and that did lead to some savings, typically for emergency and short-term purposes. So just kind of by way of background, what we saw were that our diarists were, generally speaking, financially capable. They lived within their means. They were able to, monitor their bank balances. They were, of course, it's a diary project, so they were tracking their finances, and they did this very well. And we saw people, by and large, prioritizing their basic needs: rent, food, utilities. And another thing we saw, that many people try to minimize their debt, and specifically debt with financial institutions. And so we saw people being very active with their finances. This is something that was quite clear. We did see that people, like our diarists, had a shorter term time horizon. And so it was more compressed than maybe the time horizon that a middle income person might face. And this compression of the time horizon did present a problem for longer term planning, including savings. And so what we saw going on here was there was a bit of a nexus of structural causes of poverty, and then some of those consequences in terms of scarcity, tunneling, and we also saw trauma as a powerful influence in this nexus. So this nexus, this combination of factors were leading to people having this sort of compressed time horizon. But we did, when we worked with people, we saw that they did manage their finances. They budgeted, they tracked their finances. Of course, it's a diaries project, that's what they're required to do. But many people did it happily and actually gained a lot from this process. As I mentioned, people avoided debt. They were more likely to borrow and lend with peers, with family and friends as a way of managing their finances. They focused on their needs first, and there were some times when people purchased luxuries, but that was the exception. And yeah, I mentioned peer lending and borrowing. This was a very common way that people managed their risk. They would borrow and lend from friends and family, and in this kind of complex web of social finance, it was one way that people managed their finances, and it was really important then for diarists to maintain good relations with their family and friend, because that was a part of their social safety net. And we did see people, in a sense, mentally and informally saving. Not a lot of money, but we saw them saving small amounts. And it wasn't necessarily highly regular, but maybe intermittent. And this savings was often coming into their accounts, or maybe they saved at home, but then it was leaving. It was kind of coming in and going out. It was really primarily directed towards sort of the short-term things, for instance, emergencies or small lump sums that they needed to save for. But it was evidence that people did save. And so they weren't, generally speaking, savings for the long term. And I think this goes back to that compressed time horizon that we saw influencing their decision making. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. I think you made a very important point, and it made me think what one of our delegates, Linduo Clark, who is the head of financial education in South Africa, the FSA, said yesterday that for many people the future is tomorrow, so they don't really have the luxury of having very long-term time horizons. But I wanted to stay on this topic about savings and go to Dirk in the Netherlands, because I know you've done some research on the saving behavior and attitudes of people in the Netherlands. So can you tell us more?
Yes, thank you, Chiara, and thank you very much for having me, and thank you also for the colleagues from Romania for hosting us in this really beautiful building. So, yeah, we see actually the same thing. So we're looking at emergency saving in the Netherlands, and we see that there's 40% of low-income people who actually don't have a savings buffer. But we know that that's really hard for that group to save. So we did a study that focused on middle and high incomes, and that's still more than 1 million households in the Netherlands. So to support our policy, we did a study to take a closer look at that group that actually we think should be able to save some money. So we did a questionnaire under 2,800 people in the Netherlands with middle and high income, with and with no savings buffer, and we compared them, and we looked at the socio-demographic factors, and there we actually see a picture that's you would expect, namely that younger populations, people who have children, more practically educated people who live in cities, and people who are renting a house instead of having a house themselves are less likely to have a savings buffer. But more interestingly, we looked at behavioral factors. We used the COM-B model, so looking at capability, opportunity, and motivation to see actually what's behind the motivation of people who are not saving for a buffer, who we think might be able to. So on the next slide, we actually deducted 3 groups from the whole population who did not save in comparison to those who did save. Can we click? Oh, I have the clicker. Yeah, there we go. So we see actually that there's 3 groups. There's a I can't do it group. They really want to save, but they also, even if they are in the middle or high income group, they they just have little money. So maybe they live in Amsterdam, have really high rent or costs they need to cover. Then they also have no saving habits, so they have low self-efficacy. They don't really believe themselves that they are able to save. They want to, but they just can't find a start to do it. Then we have a second group, and that's an interesting group because they want to save, but they procrastinate it. They say, I can do it. I will save at one point, but it will take some time. So it's a group that really, they want to save, but they also really like spending their money. So we see that in comparison, they have, to the other groups also, they have limited self-control, and more importantly, they also feel a lot of social pressure to spend. And we know that's a factor that's really important when it comes to spending, of course. And lastly, they also don't have an overview over their finances, so they don't really know what comes in, what goes out, and where's the room in their budget to actually save some money. And the third group is also quite interesting, namely that the I only live once group, we call them, because they don't see why they should save. They think for them it feels totally fine to not have a savings buffer. They see no value in it, and they just want to live their best life right now. And even when asking them about possible financial setbacks, they're very optimistic about help, or just it will solve itself eventually. So it's interesting to look beyond the socio-demographic factors in a study if we want to target populations to really save more. And I think this is on the Dutch population, so I guess it might actually be other groups in other countries. So that's it for now.
Thank you. And I was wondering, are these three groups correlated with age, or it doesn't really matter?
It matters a little bit. So we see that the second group, the I want this group, is we see those more in the younger population. While we see the third group, that's also 35 years plus.
Okay, thank you. Very interesting. So, Sebastian, now turning to you. You have perhaps a bit of a different perspective. You represent banks or banking associations in Europe. So, what do you see as the main challenges or risks facing consumers in this respect?
Chiara, thank you very much. Thank you for the questions. Thank you for having me and the European Banking Federation. Let me first state how much I'm impressed by the quality and the level of the discussion so far. I think it shows clearly the leadership and the commitment also from the Romanian authorities, but also the broader Romanian community. And I like, of course, also to highlight the leadership role of our member, the Romanian Banking Association, in this field. You heard that they have made financial education indeed one of their strategic priority, and I think rightly so. I'm not sure I have so much of a different perspective, or the bank's perspective actually, because I think that the main challenge, and it was already mentioned, is indeed the growing gap between the complexity of the environment, including the financial environment, and the people's ability to navigate it. I think consumers face multiple pressures at the same time: high inflation, cost of living, uncertainty, and this reduces their ability or their willingness to save. And at the same time, financial products are indeed complex, sometimes more complex. Markets are volatile, and the digitalization is increasing the exposure to fraud and scams. That was the subject of the previous panel. So this creates actually, in our view, three main challenges. First, short-term pressure crowding out long-term thinking. So many households, as it was said as well, are focused on day-to-day expenses, which make it difficult to build savings or plan ahead. The second is the lack of confidence, so perhaps not the overconfidence in our view, but also the lack. There might be also overconfidence sometimes, but certainly also the lack of confidence to engage in financial decisions. And I would say more specifically, a lack of long-term savings and investment culture, which is also very much linked to the low level of financial literacy. And so even when people have savings, they often hesitate to invest or diversify because they do not fully understand the risk. And this can lead also to inaction or poor decisions. And the third, very much linked to the previous panel discussion as well, is indeed the increased vulnerability in a digital environment. Of course, digitalization has improved convenience, but it has also increased clearly a risk. Fraud and scams are becoming very sophisticated, and those with lower financial and digital literacy are the most exposed. So from where we stand, I think the issue is not only about knowledge, but it's very much about the ability to apply that knowledge in real life situation consistently and over time.
Thank you, Sebastian, and thank you all for these reflections in this first round of interventions. I think it really shows this tension between the short term and the long term, the knowledge, but also the attitudes and the beliefs and the confidence. So building on this, so what can we do? I mean, we are a group quite varied, representing policymakers and researchers, academics, NGOs in different countries. So what can we do to tackle these various challenges that we have been discussing? So starting with you, Mariela, what are you doing in Peru to address the situation that you described before?
Okay, because of changes in terms of governance, maybe before I can say that in Peru financial inclusion was increasing very fast because of the technology actually. We jumped for around 40% to 72%, jumping more than a 30 percentage point in just 5 years. So the new people that are financially included currently is mainly by digital financial services. So in that sense, and because is what in the superintendents, we decided to review the way we were seeing financial education, because in the past we were seeing financial education as a means to increase financial inclusion, because you just create trust, because you just create confidence on people, etc. However, now we just see that financial education is much farther, and what we are looking is to generate greater well-being for people that are already financially included. Now, in that sense, one of the steering committees we have that used to be since 2009 the Committee of Financial Inclusion just became the Committee of Financial Inclusion and Financial Education. And this is something important because the objectives were also changing because of that. And we also decided to review and update the institutional strategy for financial education, because now the objective is also changing, and align with the updating and changing that are also performing currently in the multi-sectoral strategic plan of our national policy for financial inclusion that this year is also under review. So we are trying to align both. No? In that sense, we are just trying to work in these two strategies. But what we are currently do, in the first line of action we have that is focused on data and evidence, we just perform not only the survey I have already mentioned, but also a long-term savings survey, because we wanted to, our demographic pyramid is changing, and we wanted to understand the strategies people are having to deal with the future, with the long run. Because, as I have already mentioned, attitude is important. And because of some policies that are implemented in my country, attitude is affecting. Because, I mean, there are many withdrawals for private pension fund. It worked when it was the COVID period. I understand it was a very extraordinary situation. However, it just, by politicians, just is some kind of behavior every 2 years. So it doesn't help, of course. But in addition, just to complete our studies and updated our strategies, this June we are planning to start the field work on the new financial capability survey to complete all the information. About actions, we work very hard on awareness campaign. From one side, we just perform different regional communication campaigns and use also on other sides social networks because it helps and gives us the opportunity to reach many people, many young people that are currently coming to the financial sector, and prepare some podcasts, small videos just to alert, give some kind of recommendations, financial advices to people. But probably the most interesting thing there is the way we just build the content, because we built a working group inside where participate different areas, not just financial education or communication area, or even the citizen services department, where have close contact to people. But also other supervisory areas, just introducing their concerns, their worry about the market, and they have very rich information. Actually, for example, in the case of market conduct, they are intensive using the AI to analyze, for example, the social networks. They analyze every day, but they also analyze the compliance people are presenting in the platforms of financial institutions, and listen the whole calls. 70% of complaints are presented by phone, so we analyze everything and trying to understand where are the problems. Is in the information, is on demand side, and trying to prepare the specific contents yet to prevent those risks. So I can say that artificial intelligence gives us the opportunity to be more effective in the actions we are implementing. And of course, we also participate in the Global Money Week. And since this year, because last year was enacted a new law, that we celebrate the first week of October, a week for financial education. And because I'm not so young, I participate on the other side of the group. So I can say that things are changing in my country. Currently, financial education is part of our national agenda and is included in almost every national policy we have as a key component. So I can say there are changes in my country about that. And regarding programs, we also make improvements, again, using technology. We have an important program, Financial at School, that we call Finanzas en el Cole, that is aligned with the national school curricula. It's inside the curricula since 2009 in the case of Peru, and we work together with the Ministry of Education. But something that probably we changed last year is we prepare an e-learning program, but coordinate not only with the Ministry of Education. How can we just create incentives to teachers to participate to them? So at the end, we just follow all the requirements the Ministry of Education just required to us, prepare an 8-module, 68 hours of the program, and it is part of the qualification and requirement teachers need to their teaching career. So last year, when we launched together the platform, actually more than 4,000 teachers were registered, and we plan to launch this or to just open the modules 3 times this year. So I think technology could help, and also could give us very good indicators, because we can follow everything that is happening in the platform. And we also have another program, Finance for You, that is Finanzas para Ti, aimed to different targets, and we are adapting all the channels, resources, methodology, but not abandon the in-person programs, because we need in-person programs, and they are actually very effective. And to be closer to people, I can say Peru is very rich in cultures, so we are very diverse. So we decided, and next month we also will inaugurate 3 different branches from the superintendents in the north, south, and the forest, because they are completely different each other, to give advice to people and to be closer and better understand their needs in a real way. We also work in our digital platforms, just making them asynchronous and synchronous, because what we see is that women have problems to participate in the synchronous one. And they used to participate very late at night, because after they finish their work at the office, at home, they start to have time to prepare herself for life. I can say that we are also improving the tools we are preparing, making them easily accessible to people. We jump from around 4 million access to our tools to 10 million last year because of changes. And in general, we contributing to sound financial behavior over the lifetime. And I just want 1 minute spent, because is the last but not least is the coordination mechanism we have to implement. Because we work together with different stakeholders, public stakeholders. We cannot reach too many Peruvians that are in the whole country without the help of other institutions, private and public. We work, for example, with Social Development Ministry, go to vulnerable people, agriculture, to rural, production, to SMEs, etc., etc. And I can say that it was a very helpful platform for us, working together and using the different platforms to train the different sector for the different ministers with this component on financial education and digital financial education. Sorry,
Thank you, Mariela. It's true that you're doing so much that it's really impressive. Katalin, so I know that the ISF also does financial education programs. So how do you help people focus on the long term and save and plan for their financial security?
Well, first, I loved the controversy that I started with the overconfident, lack of confidence in financial literacy. There is something that I need to say, that is that as a financial program provider, education program, it's much more nicer recipient somebody who lacks confidence than someone who's overconfident. So as a challenge, there's the challenge when you have an overconfident instead of lack confidence. So talking about challenges, as I said earlier, it's one of those challenges is to reach a critical mass. And that is something that we're really trying now. I must say that over the last years in Romania, we did have some huge progress on that. We have a financial strategy, national strategy on financial education. We do have a very, very strong collaboration with institutions like the Authority of Financial Supervision, the National Bank, the Insurance Association, the Banking Association. We work together on different programs of financial education, and those programs are starting to become really effective. What we've done, we have concentrated initially on pupils and students, and that is because they are the youngest and it's much more efficient to go through them. But where I'm trying to reach is that we are trying now to use the providers of financial services. So basically, when you're buying an insurance product, for example, or you go to the bank, it doesn't matter what you're trying to, what services are you trying to take from the bank. The person that you're talking to may be a very good financial educator on that specific issue, okay? And the possibilities are limitless, because most of the population actually reaches somehow, somewhen, to a different service, financial service, okay? So when you're buying an insurance, the person that sells you that insurance, if it's a very good professional, very well trained, he has the capacity of delivering financial education, of course, on that specific issue, but that may be very important because you can reach a very large part of the population. So we're working on that because we are also providing certification in financial sectors, and we're trying to be sure that those people are very well trained and they are capable of delivering financial education when it comes to selling. And that I think it's a way of reaching a critical mass. And we've also done a very interesting program, an e-learning program that is dedicated to companies, because we do have programs starting from pupils to teachers, from employees to employers to entrepreneurs. But we have designed a program that is destined for the employees. It's an e-learning program, and that is basically attached to training that they usually have on their specific issue, and that may be whatever you can think of, from medical health services to industrial, it doesn't matter. We attach this program, a free one, it's a free one, and we attach it, it's a financial education program, basic, teaching you about things that you actually need to know, and it has a huge potential of reaching tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of employees in a very, very short period of time. We're talking about 2 years tops. And hopefully we will make an impact study after that, and if it's going to be effective, then we will multiply it and repeat it. Thank you.
Thank you. And is this workplace program focusing on retirement, or is it focusing on basic skills?
It's focusing, it has 3 main pillars. It goes, we do activate mostly in non-banking financial sector. So the program is designed on that. It's insurance, capital market, and private pension. It's a very important thing about long financial security to have a private pension, especially with all this demographic pressure that we all feel already. We already feel it, and it's going to become a real problem in the future, and we know that.
Precisely. No, thanks a lot. And Dörte, so we have left with the 3 groups. So are you doing anything in money-wise to help these 3 groups of non-savers to perhaps save more?
Well, glad you asked, because we do. So we designed 2 interventions, one for the 2 different groups. And we've tested those in a panel at this point. And we will, and then, over the summer, we will also test them in a real bank environment of ING Bank. So I'm really happy that worked out. So again, these interventions, we designed them to actually can be used in a banking environment. So we had some designers work with us who actually made these nice pictures. And the first experiment was on helping the first group, so just getting the first small step to reach a saving habit. And we did the intervention with just a little bit of text that you can read on the screen. And what's nice about it is it's a group that already wants to save, so we're not really trying to educate them that saving is important because they know, but we just want to give them that small little push to actually do it, because when they see it in this environment, they are only like 2 clicks from actually putting an automatic saving onto their own account, and that would really help them, of course. So we're really just trying to say here, it doesn't matter how much you save, if you save regularly, just do a few euros, and hopefully it can also stay on your savings account. But then you can build the habit, and hopefully they develop the confidence as well after they've covered the first steps. Then we have a second one. Yes. That's a bit more focused on spending. So that's the I Wanted To group. So it's more about cutting expenses that aren't necessary than actually saving. So we know this group has a bit of a problem with tracking their finances. So we thought it would be a nice intervention to give them a budget for all their fun things they're doing, and that can be activities like getting a coffee or going to a restaurant. But you can also use it for whatever you buy more of than you should. Maybe shoes, books. For me, it's board games. So you can just say, my budget for this month, it's 400 euros, and then the banking, your app tracks your budget. So it's not like if it's over, you can't use your credit card, your card anymore, but it's more that you get an overview of where your money went that month. And we've also tested this in a panel, and here we didn't have a direct group to compare with because something like this doesn't really exist yet. But we measured that 43% of young adults actually say that they would use this function. So we are actually really happy with this result, and we hope that we can. That we can test it further, and maybe that some banks really use this in their own environment. So the financial sector, and especially the banks in the Netherlands, are actually really active right now on the area of savings and saving for a budget. 2 weeks ago, there was a big launch of the savings campaign of the banks. Christian talked about it shortly yesterday, with also Queen Maxima being present. So the slogan there is "Pay yourself first," with the thought that if you don't see the money that goes into your savings account, then you won't miss it. So we will also this will also be monitored and evaluated, and we'll see what comes of that. And hopefully, with the experiments we are doing in the real ING environment, we can end of the year we might have some results on that too.
Thank you. We do look forward to the results, and I think both Dorte and Katarina, I think you introduced very nicely. I wanted now to go to Sebastian, and both of you have mentioned the role of the financial institutions and the private sector, and it's clear that private sector and institutions have a big role to play in fostering long-term behaviors through quality products and products that favor these types of behavior. And this is interesting because, well, you don't know, but yesterday in the technical committee of the INFE, we also discussed updating guidelines for the involvement of private and not-for-profit stakeholders in financial education. So all of this is very, very timely. So the EBF or the EBF members, what do you do to help long-term behaviors in terms of savings, investments, insurance, and what is the role of financial education in particular?
Yeah, first of all, yes, I agree with you. Indeed, the banks have to, in our view, and actually play a central role because, well, financial literacy happens in real life. So they are uniquely positioned because they interact with consumers, with their clients at key life moments and on a continuous basis. It's true that they interact less, physically in person. We were discussing that during the break. But if you look at the number of interactions from clients with their banks, it has never been as high as now through the digital hub. I think there are statistics showing that, each and every client, depending on the category of age, actually interact with his bank through the app at least once a day, up to 3, 5, 10 times a day. So that indeed places banks at the center, with both a responsibility and an opportunity to support better financial behavior. And I think before going a bit more into the detail on what they can do, I think what is very important as well is that banks have understood that financial education is not peripheral. It's really a strategic objective of consumer resilience, fraud prevention, long-term savings mobilization, and trust in finance. We all know that trust is the number one asset of banks. Now, I'll see three main ways indeed for banks to contribute. First, by making financial information more accessible, more usable. It's not enough to provide information, it needs to be clear, simple, actionable, and especially at the moment decisions are made. And this is, of course, even more important for more vulnerable groups. Second, by supporting behavior changes, as we say that's key, and through practical tools. I think Dottie already introduced the subject. The digitalization has offered a lot of opportunities there as well through, budgeting tools, savings features, digital services that help people really manage their money more actively. So the objective there is to move from awareness to action. And just to give a few examples, I think some were mentioned also, but banks increasingly offer automatic transfer to savings, recurring investment plans, salary-based savings allocation, default pension contribution. So the logic there is relatively simple. So people are more likely to save if the decision is easy, automatic, and requires little active efforts. Banks are also increasingly using nudging techniques through apps and digital banking interfaces, such as alerts about unusual spending, reminders to save, visualization of long-term goals, warnings, spending categorization. And some banks go even further because in terms of behavioral change, we believe it works relatively well by indeed gamifying behaviors with progress trackers, savings milestones, etc. So that's illustrate the major, I think, evolution in the debate is that the recognition that information alone does not necessarily change behavior. You have to do more. So that's one, making financial information more accessible. Second, supporting behavior through particular tools. And third, of course, also through direct engagement and education initiatives from the very early age. And there are, of course, hundreds of initiatives. I will not go into all details, even on all the best practices, but certainly allowing, bankers, experts, as you mentioned, in a proper framework, and that's why the guidelines of the OECD are so important. But to go to school to deliver, financial education, in our views, works very well. And this has to start in the early age, but of course it's not only for young people. You have also to go to the different categories of a population, including the older one. And we have specific initiative at the European Banking Federation because we also believe that we have an important role in coordination, knowledge sharing, public awareness. It's a role that association can play very well. We launched at the time the European Money Week, aligned to the Global Money Week, where indeed ourselves and our members organize, workshops, school visits, public campaigns, share educational materials. So this week is very much dedicated to show the importance of financial education. Of course, programs have to continue along the year. And then we have another initiative which works quite well as well. Again, speaking about gamification, we have a European Money Quiz for teenagers across Europe. I think 100,000 of students are playing this quiz across Europe, trying to familiarize them with financial concept, improve decision-making skills. And it's a competition, and it's fantastic. We have normally the finals once a year in Brussels, where we have indeed students coming from everywhere in Europe, and competing against each other. And also in Romania, I think those thousands of students are participating to this competition. If I may say, I know I don't want to be too long, but I think what is key in this respect, I think you mentioned, I want to insist on three aspects. One is of course, the leadership. You need to have leadership, but also the partnership. Very important to work together, including with the banks. I insist on that because in some countries, sometimes it's a bit more complicated. They believe it's more public authorities approach, and I really strongly believe that partnering with banks and the private sector is an added value. Also to coordinate through indeed national plan. This is so important because there are so many initiatives that you need to coordinate better, streamline better to be more efficient. Stop here.
Perfect, thank you. No, thanks for reminding us of the importance of coordination. That's so true. Going back to Jerry, if you're still with us, I kept you as last because, yeah, hearing from all these interventions and also based on the results of your research, I want to give you the opportunity to have, let's say, final word for this round of interventions. Do you have any suggestions for the policymakers and the representatives of financial institutions who are here with us today on how to help low-income people save or plan for their future more broadly? And what role can financial education or advice play in this? Thanks.
Thank you so much, Chiara. Wonderful question. And I wanted to pick up on a couple of my colleagues' points. I really appreciate Doris' comments about different groups. And we definitely saw that in our small diaries group. There were definitely different people pursuing different kinds of financial strategies. So it's not like there was one monolithic group. So I know there's a great variety there. I also want to pick up on a couple of points that Sebastian has made, which I really appreciated. But I'll just jump into to my comments, and going back to a comment I made earlier about what we saw was people were operating sort of in a nexus, a combination of internal and external factors that were influencing their financial knowledge and their financial behavior. So I think what's super important is for folks working on financial literacy and financial education to understand the whole person, and to understand that whole person is nested in a system. So sort of a systems thinking. And it's going to, I think, improve the quality of financial literacy and financial education if we understand, that whole person, that person's goals in life and the system within which they're operating. The second sort of overall point was to see that if change is to happen, I think it's going to be slow, it's going to be step by step, and it probably is going to be a little bit of movement forward and then possibly some backward. And so step by step, slow, forward, backward, that's what we saw in our diarist lives, that was a regular phenomenon. So that's sort of a couple general comments. In terms of the system or context in which we saw our diarists operate, we see the need for incomes to be more stable and that they be more sufficient. So in Canada, we have various types of social safety nets, but oftentimes these social safety nets are inadequate. And so if people become reliant on these social safety nets, it often leads them to having too little income, and it leads them to kind of scarcity thinking and tunneling. The other thing we see is that there is a lot of work that needs to be done on banking to make banking more accessible, and I'll talk about that in a second. And another point about policy is that we see many policies that prevent people from doing kind of behaving in positive ways, like policies that prevent people from saving. So, for instance, we have rules about savings if you're accessing welfare programs or if you're going to access retirement savings program. There are rules that prevent people from saving, and yet that's exactly what we want folks to do. I wanted to say a few comments regarding bank access, and I want to pick up on Sebastian's point. I loved his point about trust. And I wanted to say, a colleague of mine, Brenda Spotton-Bassano at York University, has come up with a mnemonic, which is access, which stands for availability, affordability, comprehensibility, convenience, equity, suitability, and security. So sort of tied into some of Sebastian's comments, that if banks were to work more deliberately on creating available, affordable, comprehensible, etc. products, this would go far to helping we saw our diarists would help them to improve their finances. And the other thing I wanted to pick up on from Sebastian was the trust point. And so we saw that for many of our diarists, there was often a lack of trust towards formal institutions, whether it's banks or government agencies. There's been a breakdown in trust, and so the building of trust is super important. In Canada, we have a lot of not-for-profit organizations, and these organizations often are able to build trust because they're working at the grassroots. They're working with people, helping to understand that whole person and the context in which they're living. And so building relationships with not-for-profit organizations might be a good strategy, because what we saw was that if you build a relationship with an organization that has trust with low-income communities, then that trust can be transferred to you. And so that idea of finding intermediaries that can help build the trust is super important. In terms of education, I think that it's so important, like going back to the comment about, people who are overconfident or underconfident. It's such an interesting point, and I agree, it's almost easier to work with people who have low confidence if the programming, the curriculum is curriculum that will boost their confidence. And I would say that's super important that curriculum, financial literacy education be framed as being asset focused. So what are the strengths that people bring to their finances? It's not to say it can't help them address their deficits, because of course that's the point of a point of education, but to start with their strengths. What are their strengths? A lot of our diarists felt a level of shame around their finances. They felt ashamed that they were in the poverty condition that they were. And one of the things that we had to do in the Diaries Project was to work really hard to make people realize that, well, we don't judge them, that we think their situation is we're not judging, we're accepting that. And that was kind of the first step. And so I think financial education that can move beyond judgment and shame and work towards, okay, what are your assets? And let's also look at your deficits and work to build that, I think would go a long way to build financial education that's going to succeed. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jerry. Very, very inspiring. So introduce yourself and please tell us who the question is for. Thank you.
Hello. My name is Alin Istocescu. I'm from the National Bank of Romania. I actually have two small questions, if that's all right. Taking a glance at the title today, the first one would be, how do you see the use of AI in building long-term financial security, and are you a fan of it, or do you think it is a risk? And the second one would be, how do you, how would you change someone's behavior who is resistant to change in the terms, in the sense of financial education? Thank you.
Well, thank you. These are very big questions, but would anyone like to take one or the other, but in a very concise manner, if possible?
On AI, if I start with AI, I think, well, I guess it's an opportunity and a risk. I mean, an opportunity in the sense that AI could help, find tailored solution to your own situation, helping you, in that respect. But of course, it can be a risk as well. I mean, we know if you read the press nowadays, you can see how much AI could also be used, to facilitate possibly cyber attack frauds. So there is a big risk that we will need to address as well there, of course. So it's both.
Thank you. And anyone on the $1 million question, how to change behavior? Anyone feels brave enough? Perhaps not. Please, Catherine. Catherine and then Jerry. Oh. Please. Well, go ahead, Catherine. Yes.
It's a question of approach and patience. It's difficult, but it's a question of how you approach that person according to that specific situation and patience, always.
Thank you. Very wise. Jerry.
Yeah, I want to affirm Catalan and go back to my comment about really working with an asset-based approach, recognizing people's strengths, but also accepting that there are weaknesses and trying to work at both at the same time, I think is a way to motivate people more effectively.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Jerry. Final point by Iman, and then I will have to close, please.
Thank you, Iman, from the Moroccan Foundation for Financial Education. I have two quick questions. The first one is about speaking about vulnerable population, and how do you imagine that we can reach the impact? Is it with a stand-alone program for financial education, or integrating financial education in a socio-economic development program, which is the best way to reach the impact that we target? The second question is about the intervention of financial sector, especially the private sector. How do you manage, especially for Romania, how do we manage the complexity of the situation? Because we try to work with we are working with the financial and the banking sector, and sometimes they have no time because they are selling a product. It's really the teachable moment for the beneficiary in order to receive financial education. But at least they will receive only financial information. They cannot, the banker cannot deliver financial education properly as the standard of the OECD mentioned, in order to have the impact targeted again. Thank you.
Thank you. Catherine, would you like to say?
I will start with the second question because it's more or less addressed to me. So let me put it like this. It's in both interest of the banker and the person in front of that desk to be financially educated. So there's always time for that. And that specific bank clerk will have his interest, and the bank has its interest to have a financial educated public. The more financially educated there are, everything goes better. It's very simple. So there is always time for that. Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let me check if any final word, Mariela Deurte.
Maybe I can share in the case of Peru, we integrated financial policies each other. So financial education, financial inclusion, and all the economics we're working together. Otherwise, it's very complicated to reach or just focus on the different groups. And it was very effective.
Thank you very, very much. I think it was a very interesting discussion. I'm not sure we have the solution, but certainly more food for thought. So we can take a short break now, I would say 15 minutes. So please be back around 3:05. Before you go, I just wanted to mention that you have a feedback form in the folders that are on your chairs. So before leaving tonight, don't hesitate to give us feedback, positive or less positive. We're happy to hear from you what you thought about the symposium today. And please give a warm round of applause to our speakers.
It's always hard to be the last one in the sessions of the day, but I hope that, and I'm sure that it's going to be very interesting. We have here like a group of 3 days already talking about very interesting topics. And this panel will focus on inclusion and financial education. I have with me 4 incredible people. I would like to say who they are. It's Florian Nagu, Director of Financial Stability Department, Institution, National Bank of Romania. Thank you for being here with us. Nisha Nambiar, Chief General Manager, Reserve Bank of India. Patrick Lively, UK Financial Wellbeing Strategy Program Lead, Money and Pension Service, UK. And David Karajan, Financial Literacy Expert for the Central Bank of Armenia. We are really, really happy to be here, and we have going to cover like 3 different topics in our conversation. And I will pass the floor to you in order to address financial inclusion and education in different ways, like the challenges, the strategy, the goals, and how specifically we address to the rural and remote areas. The good thing about being here in the OECD is that there's not only one way of country, is that we have all different experiences. And for example, in my case that I come from Mexico, inclusion is not a topic that we have covered. Inclusion is something that we are still dealing with. Inclusion is something that we really would like to have this 90% or more than 90% percentage of inclusion, but we don't have it. We only are below this rate. We have 85% of inclusion like globally in the nation. But when you go to rural and remote areas, this is even lower. And I also would like to mention some other numbers, which is reflects the challenges that we face. Like, for example, there's a limited private infrastructure, and in municipalities that have less than 15,000 inhabitants, the presence of commercial banks is only 1%. So imagine that, like, and from these municipalities, sometimes they only have one option, like to have their financial services. Also, what we can say is that people prefer cash than digital services. There's a prevalence of informality. Informal savings are 56%, and are twice as common that only formal services are 28%. So yeah, there are still of targets that we have to face and challenges that we have to focus and cover in Mexico. So inclusion is not solved in some of our countries, but inclusion is not enough also. Education has to come with it. Education will be for those included and for those that are not included. So I think that with what we do on this side of the coin, that we focus on education, we work for those that will be later on included. And if they are going to be included in the financial system. They should be included with all the empowerment that they need in order to have the right services. So saying this, I would like to start with the questions of the panel. And if you allow me, I will start with Nisha. Nisha, could you tell us about levels of financial inclusion in India and the specific barriers and risks faced by rural and remote populations?
Firstly, thank you very much for this opportunity. I truly feel privileged to be here and to participate in this magnificent venue. So many thanks to the National Bank of Romania, and thank you to the OECD for this invitation, OECD INFE for this invitation. And thank you, Jessica, for the question. Yes, so when you think of India, I'm sure you think of a large scale. We are 140 billion, we are a 1.4 billion population, so the largest populated country in the world. So everything is on a massive scale, and therefore our financial inclusion problem is also a massive, has been a massive exercise. I'm happy to share with you that we have made giant strides in financial inclusion when it comes to connecting people with the banking system. Way back in 2010, we started with a figure of some 72 million bank accounts for this scale of population. And today, as per the latest figures, we are at 720 million. That is, if we look at the basic bank account facility through which a person can start a relationship with the banking system. If we look at bank accounts in all, we have about 2,500 million bank accounts, which means that for every individual, there are 2 bank accounts. So that's where we stand as of now. But we look at it from the financial inclusion perspective. We look at what we call the basic savings deposits accounts, which is the entry-level bank account. And there we have largely been able to solve the problem of access, primarily because there was a lot of emphasis by the government that all citizens should be covered with a bank account. And there were a lot of regulatory interventions that were made by the central bank to facilitate this. One being, of course, the basic savings deposit account, which is an account where you have very minimal entry barriers. You can start out with no balance at all. You open an account with a simplified procedure, and this account will allow you to do some basic transactions. It started out as allowing you a certain restricted number of transactions. Now we have expanded it to allow all kinds of transactions, except that there are restrictions on the number of withdrawals that you can make. You can make 4 free withdrawals. The rest of it can get charged, but you would have a mobile banking facility, you would have an internet banking facility, you would have a debit card, if you wish to. So it's up to the customer. If they want, they can have it. So through the basic savings bank account, we've had this phenomenal increase in the holding of bank accounts. And one factor which has helped in this is also the fact that we were able to expand banking facilities to the furthest corners of the country through what we call the business correspondent model. This is essentially an agent banking model where banks are allowed to extend banking services using the services of individuals or entities as agents to provide certain basic banking facilities. And through this model, we have really, this model has really been the mainstay of this phenomenal increase in banking facilities that we've seen. So these are 2 important developments. Another important development that had happened is that the government decided to expand a lot of welfare schemes, and one key factor, one key design feature in all of these was that the amount of benefit would be transferred directly to the bank account of the individual beneficiary. So this has really helped not only in the uptake of the bank accounts, but also in the fact that money flows into the bank account and then there is some impetus for saving. And there's been a huge increase in the telecom connectivity throughout the country. Internet facilities have expanded all across. And the ownership of smartphones has also really, grown manifold. All of these factors have led to again, a huge pickup in the digital payments. And we have a specific fast payment facility called the Unified Payments Interface, which allows even the tiniest, even a 1 rupee payment to be made instantly and at no charge. So this is based on a digital public infrastructure which has been set up. And therefore, this has also seen a huge uptick. So financial inclusion has been quite a successful project as far as connecting with the banking system is concerned. This has been so even in the rural and remote areas. However, in those areas, we do face certain challenges relating to, say, internet connectivity not being regularly available, or sometimes the banking agents not rendering all kinds of services in the remotest areas. I mean, they may provide some remittance facilities, they may accept cash deposits, allow you to make a payment, but giving you credit, etc. There may be some limitations to that. That's been our experience. So this is one of the challenges. And then, since there is so much of a push towards popularizing digital payments, we do find that still there is a sizable section of the population which prefers to deal in cash. So making that mindset change, understanding what are the barriers there, and overcoming them is really the project going forward. I'll stop here.
Certainly, looking at the Indian numbers is amazing because, obviously everything is on huge scale, and as you mentioned, it's also not getting there, is getting the different alternatives for the population. And now, Florian, going to you and to address also the question, I just heard that the population in Romania is 20 million, so maybe your experience is a little bit different, but no. Maybe we don't know, so we want to hear from you. Could you tell us about the levels of financial inclusion in Romania? How does income inequality, particularly by rural and remote populations, affect financial inclusion and access to finance?
Okay, thank you, Jessica. And we cannot compare with the experience of our colleagues from India, but I think we also have nice elements to share. We closely monitor these developments in terms of financial inclusion, and the figures, the statistics we have might flag a mixed picture. On one hand, we see good improvements in financial inclusion in the last decades or so. The overall level, it's right now 71 out of 100. And the good part, it's a steady uptrend in this financial inclusion. On average, it's 1 percentage point increase each and every year. However, when we compare with the EU average, the lag still remains. The EU average for this financial inclusion, the latest figures are around 90 something. So there are more rooms to improve in this direction. I think there are 3 reasons why we register this improvement in the financial inclusion. The first one, it's widespread adoption of the mobile facilities and internet, and that this allow access to banks, products and services faster and cheaper. I think that this is also experience that we may grasp from other countries as well. Another element is an improvement in the education, and I think it's quite important, this topic, and I'll lean more onto it. And the third, at the European level, we have a piece of legislation. It's called Payment Services Directive that asks financial providers for the plain vanilla products to be provided free of charge to the household, and this encourages higher access. It is true that there are also, unfortunately, big difference between the rural part and the urban part of the country, if the average is what I mentioned, around 71, the overall score in the rural part is around 60, the level in financial inclusion. And when we ask those that are not still in this position to have a bank account or other financial products, the answers we get are roughly the general standards. The first one is that they don't have enough money in order to be worthwhile to open an account. Second, they don't trust banks, and they don't want to work with this institution. Third, they are afraid of too big fees of commissions from the bank services, and therefore they avoid this type of project. And last, they flag to us that somebody in their family already have a bank account, so there is no need for an additional one. So this is the big picture. In fact, when we look at how the respondents from other countries reflect this perspective, I think it's in the same vein of fear, and we have to find solution in order to fight against. And maybe one last element here, it's about education, because I think it matters a lot. Mm-hmm. If we split the cohorts, those only with primary education school or less, versus the others, the first category has a level of financial inclusion around 40. Come on. Wow. While the others more than double. Therefore, I think. And I've seen this message also in the previous panel, that education really matters. Education really matters. Not necessarily financial education, but the overall education.
Yeah, Florian, I think you have put a very important topic on the table, and also about the diversity of this group. Also, we have one country which probably their inclusion level, which is the UK, Patrick. But still, can you give us some information? What does the data say about inclusion, and also in the rural and remote areas? And is this the same for financial well-being and other stuff that are also related, not only with having an account, but being more able to use different stuff?
Of course. Well, I will, just looking at the data that we have available on digital inclusion across the UK, the picture is quite good. We have my colleagues in our regulator, the Financial Conduct Authority, reckon that only 1.2 million people in the UK, that's about 2% of the UK population, are digitally excluded. And that's a massive decrease from back in 2017, when the FCA reckoned that about 14% of our population was digitally excluded. So we've made good progress around digital inclusion. And we've also made good progress, we think, around encouraging people to have bank accounts. So last year, for the first time, we reckoned less than 1 million people in the UK did not have a bank account, and that figure has come down quite rapidly from about 4 million 8 or so years ago. So across the board, we've made good progress on both digital inclusion and on financial inclusion. But if you are a member of our rural communities, you might not feel that, because our rural communities tend to be older. They tend to have poor connectivity to the internet. They tend to have poor mobile connections, and they are less likely to have digital skills. And then, to make matters worse, in the UK we've had a lot of bank branch closures happening since 2017. About 68% of our bank branches in the UK have closed. And many of the older people who are living in rural areas will have relied on those bank branches, and they will now have to travel further in order to find a bank branch. And the banks in the UK have tried to mitigate that problem by an arrangement with our national post office. So everyone in the UK can now do their basic banking at a post office. But it has taken some time for people to get used to that change. So I think in the UK we've got a positive national picture, but in rural areas that positive picture is felt less, and so it is quite a complicated situation.
And certainly, like, technology could get us together, but can also set us apart for some of those that are a little bit older and probably not people that are not used to use technology as frequently as young people. David, now going to you, could you tell us, like, which are the levels of financial inclusion in Armenia, and which particular challenges have you faced on that?
Thank you very much. I want to start my speech by thanking Romania for great hospitality. I think all of us had the feeling of entering our home because our housemates are being supportive. They are happy to feed us. They are happy to welcome us. And that's something that I felt when I entered to Romania from the first moment. So thank you, and thank you to our colleagues for arranging this, and thank you for OECD for giving a room also to Armenia to talk about our experience. Now going to the heart of our topic about inclusion level in Armenia. I will start with very good looking number. It's 87% of account ownership. But this happened because of some initiatives made by the government, and we had 3 years ago the law regarding non-cash payments, the support of non-cash payments, and here we had the superstars, which was our pensioners. Our pensioners also had another program by getting a cashback from the government from their pension spendings, and that's how most of the people in Armenia own bank account. Our internet coverage is quite high, and regarding something about the access, Armenian government and institution have done a great job. But when we go much deeper into rural areas and how the cards and mobile bank accounts are being used, we see another picture. We have about 72% gap in usage of digital banking. So we see that even if people own bank account or people have cards, they have that cards for receiving money and making like cash out or spending in the supermarkets and getting the cash back. But it's not about this. It's about having mobile banking and also doing online transactions and etc. So this is what I actually called hybrid inclusion, let's say, because I feel that people are physically included but mentally excluded. And here comes our main job, and I will talk about also our challenges. First challenge is like the less confidence which comes from the lack of digital financial literacy, and second is overconfidence, which was also topic of the day, and especially in the frame of debt management and fraud protection. People feel very overconfident, like they feel that they can, but actually they can't. And when something bad happens and like someone falls into the trap of the frauds, they start telling each other about it, and it becomes not informing just to be careful, etc., but like making them just not having mobile banking. It's like a black box or something like this. So this one I call like confidence carrying, you know. So yes, these are the main challenges that we are facing, and that's it.
I think that in this first round of conversation, we all agree that inclusion is something relevant, and it's obviously there's not only one solution for everything. In fact, we go a little bit deeper, and then we have to understand there are many differences, because one thing will be to have an account, another to use it like in all these opportunities. And obviously, the strategic approaches to deal with inclusion and education are several and change around the time. In Mexico, for example, we have 3 national strategies for financial education, and the first one we created in 2017, and it was a standalone, and we were supposed to go into the curricula, but for having formal education for the kids, but it never really happened. And then in 2020, we faced a different approach. We decided to put the financial inclusion and the financial education together in the same strategy. And now in 2025, and going from 2025 to 2030, we decided again to separate them, because at the end we realized with this experiment of having them together, there was not enough focus on education. I think it was a lot of focus on the numbers, like not the savvy way of having the account. We probably, in the picture of number of accounts, we got better, but not in the use of the products and the stuff. So now we have again our financial education separately, and we are obviously focusing in different objectives in order to have it more oriented into well-being. So, Nisha, I would like to hear from you, like, how is the India national strategy for financial education, and especially which challenges do you have in this particular matter?
We are in the second strategy. In fact, that is also completed its duration. The second strategy was from 2020 to 2025. And our third version of the strategy is being prepared. So I'll just talk to you a bit about what was done in the second strategy. In India, we have looked at financial education or financial literacy as an integral part of financial inclusion. We think that it really strengthens the demand side of financial inclusion. When people are aware, then they will access financial services and they will build a beneficial relationship with the financial system. And that is the way that we are looking at financial literacy. Now, in the National Strategy for Financial Literacy, just to encapsulate, it is built on 5 C's. That is, one is content. The first C is content. That is, we must have relevant financial literacy content for different target groups in different languages. We have, India is a very diverse country, and we have multiple languages. We have just 18 official languages, many more languages which are not official. So we need to have content in all of these languages, and this content needs to be prepared for specific target audiences. So as part of this, what has been done is that we have a National Center for Financial Education, which is a body, not-for-profit company, which has been set up by the 4 financial sector regulators. And this body is primarily tasked with preparing content on financial literacy. So they have prepared content like for, say, MSMEs, for young adults, for people who are going to start employment, for children, for senior citizens, and so on. So there is multiple, this content has been prepared, and it has been prepared in at least 13 languages, and this is made available for use for all the stakeholders who are engaged in financial literacy. So that is one part is the content. The content part also includes, including financial literacy content in school syllabuses. This has been a major thrust of the strategy. And I'm happy to say that in India, the education system is a decentralized one. Every state has the right to frame its own policy on education. Therefore, there are different state boards which decide on the syllabus. Therefore, we've had to work with different state governments to convince them that this needs to be a part of the syllabus. And as of today, out of 30 states, we have 23 states which are already covered. In other states which follow a certain common syllabus, we are in talks, we are trying to get them to include it in the syllabus, though it is there in some form or the other. So this is mainly in the high school, that is classes 6 to 10, financial literacy is covered. So that content has also been developed by NCFE and it has been included in the school syllabus. The other, you can say, pillar that we are focusing on is, say, communication. Again, communication tailored to the need of the target audience, and therefore this has really taken the form of mass public awareness campaigns run by all entities, all interested entities actually. I can speak on behalf of the Reserve Bank. We run massive public awareness campaigns, multimedia, multilingual campaigns throughout the year. They are primarily focused. We run intensive campaigns during what we call the Financial Literacy Week. It is like the Global Money Week. We celebrate it, we mark it separately. So we have a Financial Literacy Week during which we have a heightened campaign where every year we have a theme and we run campaigns on that particular theme. For instance, in the one that we did in February this year, the theme was about know your customer, the KYC norms. We realized that people were having difficulty in understanding why this KYC is important, etc. And a large number of accounts were due for re-KYC. So we had this as the theme. And we ran a campaign about how easy it is to do KYC and also what frauds can be perpetrated in the name of KYC and how they need to guard against that. So this is about, and this was again a multilingual campaign, so this is where the communication part comes. The third C is about involving the community. So we think that financial literacy works best if it works at the local level. And so if the content is delivered by people who are known to others in the, who are known within the community, they are trusted. And therefore that content will be also trusted and people will act on that knowledge that they gain. Keeping that in mind, we have come out with a model to promote financial literacy through what we call the Centers for Financial Literacy, which are locally based financial units which deliver financial literacy awareness on the ground through regular camps. They collect people together and they will talk to them about important concepts of financial literacy. So this is there is this community participation. In this, we have the local administration, the local lead bank also involved. So it's really an ecosystem which works here. And the Reserve Bank is, of course, very actively involved. The other is about collaboration. We recognize that financial literacy is not going to work unless we have collaboration, and that is how we've built this whole community model. So you have the banks, you have the other financial sector entities, we have all the regulators coming together. So we all see it together as a project that everybody needs to work towards. And the government is also involved in this. And the last, I've forgotten the last C, capacity. We recognize that financial literacy will be delivered effectively only if there is enough capacity building effort that goes into empowering those who want to deliver the content. And therefore, we have specialized training programs for teachers. We have specialized training programs for the trainers who deliver the financial literacy content, the people from the CFLs who deliver the content. We do trainings for what we call the self-help groups. These are groups of women who come together to do savings and undertake some economic activity. As part of that, they also are given financial literacy lessons. And so there are some women who are identified who are able to communicate and who would carry a voice within that group. And therefore, these people are trained to deliver financial literacy content. So this is the capacity building part. So this is how the strategy has really looked at it in the form of 5 C's. And quite a considerable amount of work has been done over these 5 years. Thank you.
Definitely. This is not a standalone matter. It has a lot of ingredients that have to come together. Patrick, the UK government adopted a financial inclusion strategy in 2025, and MAPS is reviewing the UK strategy for financial well-being. How this strategy is going to address the challenges that we are discussing today?
Well, I'll focus just really on the National Financial Inclusion Strategy, which was published by our Finance Ministry, the Treasury, just last November at the end of 2025. It was a really exciting moment for us in the UK because the strategy doesn't just set out quite a large number of programs and initiatives which will achieve change, but I think it also provided a useful function by showing the priorities that everyone involved in financial inclusion needed to focus on. And those priorities were agreed by a committee of senior stakeholders and experts, and there are 6 of them, and I've now got to say them or remember them all. It was savings, access to credit, access to insurance, problem debt, and digital inclusion, and financial education. Got all 6 of them. And that gives banks, it gives charities, it gives parts of the public sector, all a sense of where we should be focusing our energy towards. And that was a very useful aspect of the publication of the strategy, as well as describing the landscape in the UK, a complicated, devolved landscape, with some powers held by the Scottish government, the Welsh government, and some powers retained by the national UK government. And it set out, described the landscape and who was responsible for what. But I thought I'd pick out a couple of things that are some of the 40-odd initiatives that are in the strategy that are particularly exciting or relevant to the topics we're discussing today. The first is the inclusion of financial education on the primary school curriculum in England. I think that's a very important step, and one that many people in England have been asking for some time, and it is supported by research that the Money and Pensions Service that I work for has published, which shows that children as young as 3 or 4 start to build their financial behaviours and understand about money at a really young age, and you need to capitalise on that and make sure they're receiving education from a young age about their finances. So the inclusion of financial education on the curriculum was a really important moment that was announced with the publication of the Financial Inclusion Strategy. The second thing I thought I'd talk about is banking hubs. I spoke earlier about how bank branches have been closing, particularly in some rural areas, but across the whole of the UK at quite some rate. And the Treasury reached an agreement with our retail banks that if there was a particular area which suffered from having no banks branches left, that the retail banks would come together and create a place in a town or a village that they would all provide banking services from. So on a Tuesday it might be Barclays, and on a Wednesday there'll be someone there from Santander, on a Thursday someone from Lloyds Bank. And this banking hub, as we call it, helps to fill gaps in the bank branch network in the UK, and that's particularly important in rural areas. And the government, working with the banking industry, have agreed that over the course of the next 3 years, we will roll up to 350 banking hubs in places where there aren't any bank branches available at the moment. And the third thing that I wanted to highlight was working again with the banks, was an inclusive design working group. Lots of banks individually do very good things, providing products or services that support people who are perhaps digitally excluded. But we felt that they needed to be better at sharing best practice and also looking at particular groups of people, perhaps those with special educational needs who needed additional support and where there maybe wasn't best practice firmly established. So I thought I'd pick out those 3 things that I was particularly excited by in our National Financial Inclusion Strategy and seem very relevant to the topic today.
Yes, very interesting, because we have been talking about several ingredients, priorities, best practices. So, David, tell us a little bit also about evolution on strategies and how it has evolved, particularly for targeting into rural and remote areas.
Actually, the rural population have been our target since very beginning. In 2014, when we first launched our national strategy of financial education, I will mostly talk about how our approach changed. So going back in the first, we were kind of like teachers for the people. So like a traditional way, we went to the villages, we had trainings with them, and that's it. And what kind of situation this is? When someone is in fear and feeling less confident, and you just tell them that, oh, you can do this, you are capable of this and this, it's okay. They are very happy, their attitude changes, they have knowledge that time, but when they go back to home, they don't feel confident. They just start forgetting in the matter of time, and after doing this for several years, we found out that only giving them that training isn't enough. They don't need just only knowledge, but they need confidence. So how we are going to do? And then in the second phase of our strategy, like previous phase, because we are now updating our strategy, we also placed the pilot projects, and this is how the hand-holding came. So someone sitting in the fair and you tell them that you need to know this and this, it's just not minimizing the fair. What is minimizing the fair? It's when you hold someone's hand. You know, so like how we hold someone's hand, that's how the hand-holding jumps in. We not only educated the rural population, but also attached to several groups like assistants, and they were pushing them, giving nudges, they were checking in, they were all the time, like 6 months in a row, having some check-ins with them, for example, doing some transaction, calling the bank if something happened or something like this. And we analyzed it and we saw a very good impact. So how our strategy is going to change in the next years, this is the review process of our strategy. It looks like when you update a historical building like this, you need to respect the fundamental, but at the same time you need to modernize for today's people needs. So in this case we are keeping the global money week because it's very loved in Armenia, and we go to the villages, rural areas. We keep the financial education in the schools program. We still go to the rural areas and have seminars. So we go to high tech, but at the same time we go to high touch. So we are touching with the people, keeping in touch with the people, so they feel empowered. Otherwise, if we sit and make a policy for 1 year and testing it with just 0.1% of the whole nation, and everyone even loses the trust, like, what are you doing now? So this is our approach, that our next strategy is going to be mix of the fundamental and behavioral nudges and so on. Thank you.
Amazing, amazing. And now that we are here in Romania, then now we really have a great opportunity to hear the national strategy for financial education that you just have created. And can you talk us, Florian, a little bit more about it?
Yes, the last version of our national strategy dates from 2024 and spans 2024-2030. And it's the result of cooperation between several institutions. It's the Ministry of Education, Ministry of Finance, National Bank of Romania, Supervisory Financial Authority, also Romanian Banking Association, and the National Consumer Protection. Why I've mentioned all these entities? Because it's a strategy that looks from different angles and through different perspectives on the financial education plans for the next years and so, and ensure that you grasp both the consumer protection plus the perspective from both academia and the ministry and so. And I think there are three main objectives in this strategy. The first one is to enhance the financial literacy for the children and young people. You know, when we look at the figures, the financial literacy and the financial inclusion of this cohort, if 1 decade ago was well below the average, now they are well above the average. And the main explanation is that they are more open to this digitalization and also smart mobile apps that help them a lot. And we think that, well, this is also the future for from the financial education perspective. The second objective is also to improve the skills and knowledge for adults and vulnerable cohorts. That means finance planning or savings, or what we've seen from the panel, the second panel, not to go too indebted, you know, to over indebtedness, to take it under control, stuff like that. And third, and I think this is quite a nice perspective, the strategy also focuses on entrepreneur. In order to improve the financial discipline in the economy, and also to improve their ability to run business. And also what Patrick mentioned, and I think stressed very well, that it is key to link the elements from the strategy to the curriculum of school. And I think from this perspective, both pre-university and university players are very important for in order for the strategy to be successful. And another element, key element, I think that it's quite useful in this strategy, to have a hub where I think also Nisha underpinned that without a proper communication, about a proper coordination of the strategy, the goals, the results might fade away. And we managed to implement such a hub that collects the project, enhance the participants and so on. Also, the central bank plays a role in this strategy, having in mind its expertise, having in mind the ability to cover the territorial. And I think here a very great job, and I'd like to thank our colleagues from Financial Education Department. If you enjoyed this event, it is their effort. They work a lot to do that. But anyway, they developed many projects in order to enhance this financial education. They have creative videos, games, mobile apps for domestic currency and so on. The last element, this is quite particular for European Union, and it's very recent. The European Commission, a new project about the ambassadors of financial education was implemented, and here in Romania we swiftly embarked upon this idea to have ambassadors of financial education. And I also want to thank that they are among us. They are advisor to the governor. There is the dean of the Faculty of Finance of Banking. So I think we are in good hands from this perspective.
Thank you, Floriana. I think that during this conversation we have been moving from inclusion in a broader way, then how important education is and the priorities and the different ingredients and different approaches to different set of population and the content. Patrick, in the case of maps, have you done specific products, or how have you reached to rural areas? Like, what do you have that you can share with us about this?
Well, I thought I should talk today a little bit about a program which is rolled out by the Money and Pension Service across the whole of the United Kingdom, but it has worked particularly well in rural areas such as parts of Scotland and Wales, and it's called the Money Guiders Programme, and it sounds quite similar to some of the things that others on the panel have been talking about, and it emerged from the insight that lots of people are providing informal money guidance to customers or patients or service users already. For example, if you work in social housing in the UK, you are probably speaking to your tenants when they have a difficulty with their money. If you work for a charity, you might be talking to a mum or a dad that is worried about their finances. And quite often those people, the housing officer or the charity worker, are giving financial guidance to the person that they are trying to help, but they don't know whether they are providing straying into regulated financial advice. And so what we have done is we have launched a training program helping people to provide money guidance to the people that they work with, who they were already talking to about money, to make sure that they do it in the right way and in the best way. And you can receive a certificate for going through the training. There are different levels, and that's really important. It's made more people feel comfortable that they are giving the right guidance to the people that they are helping already. But there's a second aspect to the Money Guiders Programme, which I think is particularly powerful, because what if the charity worker who we have trained moves away to work in another job, or the housing officer moves to a different department? So we need to build a system that will continue to train the people who replace them in those roles. And so we have program partners, the employers, the charities, the housing associations, the local government, and those program partners, we provide them with information about how their staff are working through the different levels of training, and we ask that those program partners bake in this training to their normal training programs, to their continuous professional development. And we found that this program is very popular amongst people who are already helping people across the UK, but is particularly relevant to rural and remote communities where there might not be a bank branch any longer.
Excellent. I think these other options are very interesting for us to hear, like what has been done and it's working. And also in knowing what is working, David, can you tell us if the Central Bank of Armenia conducts evaluation work on financial education products or stuff that will have a positive effect on rural areas?
Absolutely. For us, the measuring impact is very important. So we measure not only our success, but also our failure, and we learn from it and we optimize. So this is our approach. Looking to the first box of this presentation, you can see our past initiative that was classroom meetings. And what we see here is that in short term, maybe the knowledge and behavior has increased a little bit. But in the long term, after 6 months of the measurement evaluation, we see a massive decrease in the knowledge and behavior. So we stopped for a bit here and we went back to the field 2 years later in 2022. And we have done an in-depth research and we went to 8 rural areas of Armenian regions, yes, and then we have made a need assessment, and we made 4 clusters depending on if people have bank account and doesn't have, and people need bank account and doesn't need. So in this case, we had 4 clusters from active users to invisible passengers. And then the ones that needed mobile banking, but they didn't have an account, we have integrated this hand-holding approach. So while we have done in the first box, you can see that we have done another initiative, and this is about our success story. So we not only educated them via trainings, but we also attached the professionals so they could nudge them, they could check in them, they could help them to do transactions, everything. So when we looked in the long term, we saw these perfect results, that 180% increase in knowledge, doubled, the usage doubled, the 90% of the control group, a treatment group became active users, and there have been, again, development in the usage, so 7 to 10 transactions per month, which we find that it was already something working. And with this age of in being in AI agents, and we also collaborate with private sector so closely, and our stakeholders play a very vital role in our initiatives. We expect them that in the future that we write policies based on these improvements, we can have better and more included nation. And I want to finish my speech with one of the key lessons that we have learned, that people don't need only knowledge, that really need that hand-holding. And our next phase of strategy is going behavioral based and based on digital capabilities improvement. Thank you.
Yeah, we are individuals that we live in a society, so it's not only knowledge that moves, and also it's not only that we have to develop a strategy in the desk and define it on paper. Definitely we have to go out and we have to measure it, and we also need to collaborate, as we have mentioned. So Florian, can you tell us a little bit some partnership that you have done in order to address the financial strategy, and particularly for impacting rural areas?
Yes, I think in this field partnership with other stakeholders, it's quite important. We have several such projects, and I'll mention a few. One such project we've implemented already for several years is about, it's also with our colleagues from the Ministry of Education, the Romanian Banking Association, and other organizations. It's about financial education workshop for teachers. If you want, training the trainees. And there are thousands and thousands of teachers, also from the rural part, that are trained by colleagues from the industry. And with this training, they go in front of the pupils, and it's a more link between the theoretical perspective and the practical elements provided in this partnership. Another one, it's a financial education forum. It's under the high patronage of the President of the Republic, and we are together here with our colleagues from the Supervisory Financial Authority, Romanian Banking Association, and the Bucharest Academy of Economic Studies. And it's a blend. This partnership allows blending the key messages that should embark upon in this field for the next future, but also for the near future. But also we have for pupils, for instance, competition in banking and finance. And if I recall correctly, in our last edition, more than 700 pupils attended this banking and finance competition within this framework. And the last example is a partnership also with colleagues from Romanian banking associations and other organizations in order to steer the financial education also into the real economy. The project, it's called Top Entrepreneur, and targets those who just at the beginning of their enterprise life, a startup or a very small enterprise, and in order to give some hints and to give a flavor about what are the best practices and the key elements. And I think, again, this type of partnership works quite nice and are very useful.
Of course, because we can do a lot of work, but we also need amplification for what we do. So, Nisha, to finish this third part of our conversation, of our blog, can you tell us a little bit about the partnerships in India? In particular, do you work with the private sector? How does it go? And with this, we will finish the panel.
Yeah, I would just like to highlight one initiative that the central bank has framed, which I mentioned earlier, the Center for Financial Literacy project. Now, India is largely a rural population. We have about 65% of our population in rural areas. And therefore, if we need to reach such a massive population, we need to have presence at the very grassroots level. So it is keeping this in mind and the need for a community level outreach that this program has been designed. Here we operate at what is called the block level, which is like a sub-district level. So the private entities, like the non-government organizations, they are involved as partners here. We identify certain non-government organizations which are engaged in literacy propagation, financial literacy propagation, and we fund their activities. We assign them targets that they will be given a certain geographical area of coverage, which could be up to 3 blocks, sometimes even more, and we ask them to cover at least 50% of the villages in these blocks and cover at least 30% of the population during their term, and that term extends up to 3 years. So during this 3 years, they are supposed to cover this population, and they have to provide basic financial literacy and promote awareness about various government welfare schemes that the people can use to their advantage. Like, for instance, we have government schemes which relate to micro-insurance, pensions. So these kind of schemes need to be propagated. Banking, we ask them to propagate digital financial literacy. We tell them that they should make people aware about how to use digital financial services. And here we have laid down the content, the broad content that needs to be covered for different target groups. And the entity is given the flexibility to design its own content based on this, within this framework. So they may decide to prepare videos, they may decide to do it in the form of a street performance, or they may go door to door and do one-to-one talks. It is left flexible. At the end of the day, they need to cover these numbers. And we also have a reporting by them, which is done online, where we capture the outcomes which have been achieved through these camps or through their outreach efforts. And this includes, say, people connected with the banking system, which is going to be relatively less because we have about 96% bank account ownership already. But suppose they have inactive bank accounts that have been reactivated. Have they helped people to go through that process? Or they have helped somebody understand how to do mobile banking or access an insurance policy. So we have some about 8 to 10 parameters which they are supposed to report to us about. And we have specifically given them guidance that they need to associate the local bank when they conduct their awareness programs. If it's a mass awareness program, then the agent of the local bank should be there so that in case somebody needs to open a bank account or has some difficulty with their bank account, then the agent is available there. And they also need to connect with the local administration, the village administration, so that they have, people understand that they are legal, that they have, official backing. So this is the kind of partnership we have. So this is the our major instrument for promoting financial literacy in the rural areas.
I really want to thank our panelists. The good thing now about talking financial education is not only all the work that has been done, but also that we really enjoy doing it because we have a great impact while we do it. And there's only one thing that we know for sure, that everything changes. So we will be sitting here probably more years to come, and we will be able to address new challenges. But it has been amazing to listen to all the experience because all you have been doing a lot of work and research and experiments and really learning from the population what is relevant to really have a clear impact in individuals' financial well-being. So thank you so much for your participation. I'm really a fan of all your job. So thank you so much, and thank you for the National Bank of Romania for hosting us. And I will pass the floor now to Paul from Romania. Thank you.
Good afternoon. The OECD ENFI Romanian Symposium on Financial Literacy, Financial Literacy to Support Security, Independence and Inclusion, it's coming to a close end. Hence, we invited a number of speakers for the closing remarks. We have Mr. Luca Niculescu, State Secretary, National Coordinator for Romanian OECD Ascension Process from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Also, Miles Larby, Head of Financial Consumer Protection, Education and Inclusion from OECD. Mr. Bogdan Neakshu, who is the president of Romanian Association of Banks, and last but not least, Mr. Gabriel Avramescu, first Vice President of the Financial Supervisory Authority. Mr. Niculescu, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to close today's meeting. And let me begin by thanking the organizers, the OECD, together with the National Bank of Romania, the Financial Supervisory Authority, the Romanian Association of Banks. You have delivered a very strong and a very well-structured event. My thanks also go to all the participants and speakers we have heard today. Your contributions made today's discussion substantive and forward-looking. The level of engagement we have seen today is telling. It reflects a shared understanding that financial literacy is no longer optional, but essential for security, for independence, and for inclusion. And in these efforts, OECD remains indispensable by setting standards, by providing tools, by bringing together the experience we all need. And for Romania, this framework is highly relevant. As you have heard several times today, we are now in the final stage of our OECD accession process, with 24 out of 25 committees closed and over more than 100 reforms delivered. And at the same time, we are strengthening our domestic capacity. We are improving coordination between institutions, expanding access to financial education, and engaging more actively within OECD structures, including the ANFI network. And our objective is clear. Alignment is not enough. We aim to contribute and to help shape outcomes where we can. This is a part of a broader effort to build a more resilient economy and a better informed society. And looking ahead, the challenges are evolving rapidly. Digital financial services are expanding. Artificial intelligence is reshaping decision-making, and financial systems are becoming even more complex. And this requires a step change in how we design policies and in how we prepare citizens. Here again, the OECD provides the right platform by ensuring convergence, accelerating learning, and supporting implementation. And let me conclude with one message. The value of today's meeting will be measured by what follows, by the actions we take, and of course by the results we deliver. Thank you so much, and congratulations again.
Thank you very much, Mr. Niculescu. Now it's time for the speech of Mr. Miles Larby. Mr. Larby, you have the floor.
Thank you very much indeed. And let me add some closing remarks and reflections from the OECD Secretariat. Romania's commitment to financial literacy is clear and strong. The support and coordination by key institutions and authorities across the country has ensured the successful implementation of the National Strategy for Financial Education 2024 to 2030 and the integration of financial education into the school curriculum. We look forward to Romania's accession to the OECD and the continued collaboration with Romania through the technical assistance project in the constituency programme of the Netherlands Ministry of Finance. I think we've had an absolutely terrific day today, a terrific symposium. Of course, following the incredibly important opening remarks by His Excellency President Dan and other distinguished speakers, our first panel discussion looked into financial scams and frauds, from phishing to romance scams, as well as the variety of financial education approaches, from TV shows to board games, from speech competitions to young people teaching the elderly. Key messages are that targeted, accessible, and evaluated approaches are more likely to reach as many people as possible and to be more effective. We then heard about the importance of fostering long-term attitudes and behaviours around saving, investment, and insurance to build financial security over the short and long term. As Professor Buckland said, financial education policies and programs need to recognise strengths and accept weaknesses in order to improve behaviours. And lastly, we turn to supporting financial inclusion through financial education with a focus on rural and remote populations in Mexico, India, the UK and Armenia. We heard about how national strategies for financial education and inclusion can address the specific needs of rural and remote populations. Looking ahead, the OECD INFI will continue to share best practices and develop policy guidance on financial literacy and related topics and issues, including on the implementation of the OECD recommendation on financial literacy, the international standard, artificial intelligence and financial education, the involvement of private and not-for-profit stakeholders in financial education in schools, and many other topics. We will also continue to collect data and evidence, a core function of the INFI, as well as the What Works work stream. We're looking forward to the participation of as many countries as possible in the OECD INFI International Survey of Adult Financial Literacy, Inclusion and Wellbeing that's in the field this year, and the PISA 2029 Financial Literacy Assessment. And of course, I must take this opportunity to encourage all countries to participate in these important exercises. If you're not already doing so, there is still time to come on board and participate and get the benefits of doing so. And thank you very much to those countries who are or have already confirmed that they are participating in those data collection exercises. Now, I have quite a few thanks to say, so please bear with me. Each and every person has made an incredibly valuable contribution to this amazing symposium and also the other meetings that we've had this week. So, of course, thanks again to His Excellency President Dan and all the other distinguished speakers for their opening remarks for today's symposium. But I'd especially like to thank our partners here in Romania with whom we've worked to put together this amazing symposium today, starting, of course, with the National Bank of Romania under the leadership of Governor Isarescu, Deputy Governor Marinescu, Director Florian Negru and Director Claudio Negrea. And then I'd like to thank particularly the organising team, because of course these things don't just happen, and I'd like to particularly call out Laura Misolea, the Director of Museum and Financial Education, and Nicusa Riu, the Deputy Director, and their teams, including Mihai, Ciprian, Diana, Carolina, Monica, Denisa, Anton, Alin, and many others. I'm told 80 people at the National Bank have worked on this, putting this event together today. Also, of course, the Financial Supervisory Authority of Romania, again under the leadership of Alexandru Petrescu, the President, and Gabriel Avramescu, the First Vice President, and working with Paul Dumitru, Director of Communication and Financial Education, and his team. And thirdly, the Romanian Association of Banks, especially Bogdan Neescu, the President, and Gabriela Folcut, the Executive Director. It's been an absolute pleasure working with these partner organisations to put this event together today. I'd also like to thank all speakers and panellists in the symposium. And then turning more broadly, I'd like to, of course, thank Magda Bianco for her chairing and amazing leadership of the OECD INFI. I'd like to thank all INFI Advisory Board members for their guidance and advice. And of course, I'd like to thank all INFI members for their dedication, passion, and collaboration. I think the INFI is such a unique community, and we see this every time we come together. I'd like to thank the interpreters for their amazing job throughout the course of today. And last but by no means least, I'd like to thank my amazing team at the OECD Secretariat, some of whom are here, you know them well, some of whom are back in the office in Paris. All of them worked many hours preparing the documents, the agendas, the papers, and of course helping with the logistics. So Jenna, Elizabeth, Bianca, Toma, Elsa, Andrea, Teresa, Anna, and Chiara. So I think with all of those, please, a very big round of applause to thank all of those people. One piece of business, please don't forget the feedback form. Your feedback is incredibly important to us as we prepare future events. And on that note, we very much look forward to seeing all of you at the next OECD INFI meeting, which will be held at the OECD in Paris from the 2nd to the 4th of November. Thank you very much.
And of course, Miles, we thank you for all these kind words and for everything. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Bogdan Neacșu, President of the Romanian Association of Banks.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, few remarks from my side at the closing of this amazing seminar. I think Romania proved that as a very important objective to achieve, the one of being member of OECD. We are today very close maybe to the last milestone of this important and complex journey. We proved to be a very committed country in order to achieve this objective. Also that we passed through a lot of turbulences, a lot of challenges, and a lot of changes in the political environment. And it's obvious that we continue to show this commitment and to support all this journey. We need to notice the fact that we had a very good management of this journey through the National Bank of Romania, to Mr. Luca Nicolescu, and all the teams that were involved in this journey. It's very, very important the fact that whatever we achieved by implementing all these policies are already producing a lot of effects, changing different rules and governance and policies that allows the market to become more trustable and more efficient nowadays. Nevertheless, and not least, I would say that it's very important already to commit ourselves for what means next steps as a country. Our journey is not ending here by being a member, but it's very important to commit ourselves to ensure a proper and effective application of these standards and rules in order to be a trustable partner. Thank you very much, and looking forward and being positive to achieve this statute. Thank you.
Last, let me invite Mr. Gabriel Avromescu, the first Vice President of Financial Supervisory Authority. Mr. Avromescu.
Thank you, Paul. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as we come to the end of this remarkable day, allow me to express on behalf of the Financial Supervisory Authority our sincere appreciation to all participants, speakers, and partners who have contributed to the success of this symposium. Today's discussion have once again confirmed a simple yet powerful truth. Financial literacy is no longer a complementary policy tool. It is a fundamental pillar for financial stability, resilience, and inclusion. We began this morning by setting a clear and ambitious tone, highlighting the importance of international cooperation and evidence-based policy making under the leadership of the OECD and its OECD International Network on Financial Education. Today, three key themes have emerged very strongly. First, the growing complexity of financial scams and frauds. The first panel reminded us that financial services become more digital and accessible, risks evolve just as quickly. OECD research presented today showed that financial scams and frauds are now considered the top financial risk facing consumers, with around 70% of jurisdictions reporting an increase in such cases between 2024 and 2025. At the same time, recent estimates suggest that consumers lost approximately 442 billion US dollars to financial scams and frauds in 2025 alone. We also heard that the most significant threats affecting consumers today include phishing, impersonation of financial institutions or public officials, fake investments and insurance schemes, as well as digital wallet and mobile banking fraud. These risks are becoming increasingly sophisticated, fueled by rapid technological change and the growing use of digital platforms. The conclusion is clear. Financial education is our first line of defense, and prevention must be smarter, faster, and more targeted. Second, the challenge of building long-term financial security in an increasingly uncertain world. We heard how macroeconomic volatility, rising debt levels, and market risk affects households globally. We heard that one of the greatest challenges today is not only access to information, but also overcoming the widespread perception that people already possess sufficient financial knowledge, while in reality many remain reluctant to engage with new forms of financial education. At the same time, the abundance of financial information available only can often become overwhelming and difficult to digest, making it harder for consumers to distinguish between reliable guidance and misleading content. The discussion also emphasized the importance of reaching a critical mass of financially educated citizens, particularly in rural areas and underserved communities where access to financial education initiatives remains more limited. Financial education must therefore go beyond awareness. It must shape behavior, enabling individuals to make informed decisions about savings, investing, and protecting their future. Third, the importance of inclusion. The final panel highlighted that despite progress, significant gaps remain, especially for rural and vulnerable population. Inclusion is not only about access, it is about capability, and capability comes from education. For Romania, hosting this symposium is both an honor and a responsibility. This symposium was organized by the National Bank of Romania, the Financial Supervisory Authority, and the Romanian Association of Banks, reflecting our shared commitment to advancing financial education and strengthening cooperation across the financial sector. Let me close with three brief reflections. First of all, cooperation is essential. No country can address these challenges alone. Second one, consistency matters. Financial education must be long-term, not episodic. And the last one, trust is the ultimate goal. Because without trust, no financial system can truly function. In closing, I would like to thank once again the OECD, all our distinguished speakers, and each of you for your valuable contribution. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for those closing remarks to everybody. Last, I would like to make some logistics announcements. The next point of the agenda is to visit the Museum of Arts. This is not a compulsory topic, so you may, if you want to go before going to the Arenele BNR, which is the last event this afternoon and evening, you may go to the hotels and have refreshments, refresh yourself. The buses which will take us to the Arenele Romane are arriving about 5:30, and they will leave here about 18 hours, so 6 o'clock p.m. Please be here on time because they will leave and the Arenele Romane are difficult to reach walking or take a bus. So please be here between 5:30 and 6 o'clock. You can get in the buses. And also we will be here around to guide you with everything. Don't forget your luggage, because it will be difficult to get them back. And thank you very much for this beautiful day, and thank you everybody, organizers, speakers, and attendees. Thank you.